Doop 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 doop. Good morning. Well, yeah, I'd say there's always that kind of well, I'm trying to get my finger on that right now. So my thought is that we need to drop to 493 area, and then we probably can just run. Um, there's not going to be a lot of perfect cohesion here, though. So I'm always pretty optimistic, even though I don't always seem that way. I'm actually pretty optimistic with AMC most of the time, and usually trying to think about like the best case scenario. In reality, this kind of a drop down hasn't always worked in our favor as a very pleasant thing. So, I could see there being a pretty nasty slide if somebody desires that to happen. I do think 483 is still on the table. I believe that 494 is important locally, but there's a lot of possibility because there's a lot of lows here. So there's one at 490, one at 489, one at 492, one at 482, 492. So if I were going to like venture a guess, I would say it's about 492. But these targets that we had earlier are pretty good. They're still about the same. So 491 to 487 for a potential pullback here, and then I mean we got to just go. I don't know what else to say. So because at this point, if let me put it this way: if at this point we just keep going doing the same thing we have been doing, in like a holding pattern for whatever reason that ends up being what we do, I don't think I can estimate any farther time-wise. Like, there's nothing else for me to do here, so normally if there's a delay in the price action, I can kind of sometimes it's easy to see how a sequence would expand and like become a larger range. We've already done that. So we did that back here in July, and that ship has sailed. So I feel like just knowing the way that AMC is and the real threat of a operator just kind of chopping the stock, I don't like that's what I'm saying. I just don't have another target past this. So it would have to be just the rate cut target that everyone else is looking at. So if I'm wrong and it doesn't move this week, we don't get a real serious move on. I don't have anything else. Like, this is as far as it goes, and I haven't really said that in that way. There's always a chance like later you could come up here and hit like a lower target. I mean, I guess in theory, if it chopped till September, it could be up at 13 and 60 instead of 1475. But that doesn't work with any of the other markers. So unlike some of the other ones that we've had, this is as far as it goes. You don't have another like Perfect Creek intersection. There was a few early on, and we already exhausted a few of those really steep ones. And I think at this point, it pretty much is what it is. I mean, like, you get there or you don't. And if we don't, then I'm pretty much just kind of scratch on this chart. I'd have to just sort of not get rid of it all, but just kind of reset it again, because there's nothing here that would make sense beyond. And it's not like now. It's not like it has to move right this second. I do think that from the standpoint of the iterations, they're finished. Maybe one more down. I mentioned that a couple minutes ago. Maybe one more down to the 480s at lowest. As what you wouldn't want to go any much lower than that. But really, like this, just in general, like these intersections are fairly clear. There is a possibility that I'm misjudging the nature of this move, in that maybe it's not going to intersect these targets. Maybe it's one of those things where you're going to push beyond. So if it were to wait until September, I'm being kind of pessimistic, saying like it wouldn't come as high, but it's possible that like this move, I don't know how exactly, but it happens later and it's a little bit more compressed after the fact, and there's a pretty clear build out, for that going into November, I suppose, as an option for maybe a capitulation in November. Like, it would be really close if you kept pushing it over. That's the weird thing about this. I kind of had to change my mind a little bit here and there about what's going to happen in November, but I think that on the whole, my thought has been that, unlike what many people have said about September or October being the run-up, that we actually get a run-up before then and come back down going into November, and then we have kind of a secondary run in November or something like that. I think we're going to move ahead, and this is in line with what happened in COVID era. If you guys remember, I don't know if you will necessarily remember perfectly, but if you recall, during the COVID era, and I guess in that case I'm still a little bit early, but AMC ran up after the market had already run up, right? So the market had like run up to its top area. It started breaking out, rather. I shouldn't say it ran up to the top. That's backwards. So if you recall, during that November period in the COVID era, 2020, the market on the whole was rallying, and it actually went into an SOS. It broke all-time highs, and it kept going. When that was happening, AMC actually went the opposite direction, and then it broke out later, and when it did break out, it had this massive explosive move. It was like 2.5 months after the market had already gone into its SOS. So it was in some ways kind of playing catch up. It wasn't exactly like ahead of the market at all. What's interesting about AMC is that then in that June run up in 2021, AMC actually breaks its all-time high, and it starts to consolidate down. You know what I mean? And it went sideways until November of that year. Well, during that time, SPY continued to rally, and SPY didn't actually hit its all-time high until closer to November through January. It was kind of peaking and 2021. And so it's kind of interesting because the downside on AMC was, in part, especially going into that January of 2022, the downside of January was heavily tied with the market going down, but the upside almost kind of like, again, it ran away from the market, then it overshot the market, it got to its all-time high, and it consolidated and sold off while the market was still peaking. So at one point I described it as kind of like a slow whip, I guess you could say. Where like the market was like moving really slow, and then AMC was moving like almost like an arc around an arc kind of deal. It's a little bit bizarre way to put it. They obviously don't share all-time highs, so when I draw this, don't get like super confused, because they don't, they don't have the same value. But it's basically like this. Like during that COVID breakout, this is sort of like the model of AMC, maybe even GME for that regard. But GME obviously hits high over here and doesn't come back up. This is essentially what happened. And if we're making them like the same bottom, same peak. So basically AMC's going down while the market's breaking out. Then it has this really late kind of tight run up. So it's going the opposite direction, right? When the market's starting to break out. Then it has this big run up, and then a secondary big run up. But then from that point forward, it's going down until the market tops off. And then everything starts coming down together. So if you're watching, like, if you look at AMC's chart versus SPY or maybe IWM for that matter, you can see that that's the pattern. So my thought right now is that we are going through a correction in the market. And that, again, maybe you're like, well, I mean, what does that mean? Are we just completely off here? Is it going to like start coming down if the market starts coming down? I don't know. I'm not going to over speculate on that, but I think if you look at like IWM, it hasn't made its big moves yet. It hasn't broken all-time highs yet. I would not be surprised to see AMC front run it, I guess is what I'm saying at this point. So first it's delayed, which is what happened. IWM was already in its SOS period for like 2 months, and then AMC is still going down, and then AMC rockets up, breaks out of its lower trend, and has this big takeoff, and then it's consolidating again. I would not be surprised if AMC kind of took off just because if there's a reason for this liquidity swap back here, maybe that's the same kind of thing we're going to experience now. If there's a reason for that pattern, I wouldn't be surprised if AMC did take off before the market really did. And not to say that the market won't go, but just that maybe AMC hits its all-time, well, quote unquote, it's not an all-time high now, but maybe it hits its high now in in mid-August, and IWM plays catch up until, somewhere around here, October, November. And I don't know at that point. I think the expectation is that November is going to bring about positive change in the market. But I think a lot of it's just going to depend on who's elected and what the monetary policy, the Fed policy is at that time, and so on and so forth. It's a little bit too crystal ball for me now. I think historically everybody's expecting it to run up into the election, not necessarily explode after the election. And if you look at election years, they tend to be very bullish, especially for coming off of a historic 1 year, sideways trading area. And it has been. 2024 has been one of the most bullish years that we've had in a long time. Alexa, turn off the light. One of my cats is being bad. So, anyways, just a question. Of what you think about timing, and I'm getting kind of tired of like the constant back and forth with sentiment with the Bears and stuff on the idea of September and October. I get it. I'm not an idiot. Although I present myself as such often. I understand why rate cuts might be a big and huge catalyst, and I understand the idea that the market may be setting up for that kind of move in September. I also know that the market tends to price stuff in, and frankly, we talk about this kind of stuff on this channel a bit. This is a charting channel. Like, I can't always predict exactly what's going to happen fundamentally or in the news, and I don't try to. Like, it's not possible for me to do that. Right now there's a danger of this being kind of what's called an LSPY, which is a sort of a chop to the upside that then drops. And so one of the things I'm really concerned about with the general market, IWM specifically, is this idea of like, well, we have a little gap, we haven't filled it. And I think that it tends to be better for us to go ahead and make some downside movement right before we run, as opposed to this kind of chop to the upside. These ascending triangles are not bearish or bullish patterns. A lot of people think that they're always bullish or something when they're ascending. They're not. There's one right here. It's definitely not a bullish pattern. You know what I mean? Like, so you have to be careful because they can go either way. And you're really waiting for that breakout. So someone asked me if they're safe. Look, my thought is this pumps, which is what is happening. It should pump and then it should drop. And you need to have the drop. It doesn't seem fair to have it, but you need to have it. Okay? And a lot of people are going to be upset about it at first, but just urge you to wait it out and see what happens. Give it about an hour and a half today, 2 hours today, and see if it can find that bottom. And after that, we'll see. Okay? And I was just being straightforward last week. I put this box up and said pretty clearly, I think, that I didn't feel like this was really becoming as bullish as I was hoping. And even in the very end, when it was pumping on that time, like 2 hours before close, immediately sliding back down through that creek is not a bullish price action. So as soon as it went back below like 504 or 503, you kind of knew that it wasn't going to do what you wanted it to do in terms of moving. And all we've got now is like another upthrust. So this is okay because you guys are like, this doesn't feel okay. This is okay because the right side, as I call it, of a wave usually has what appears to be a bit of a head and shoulder. And it's typically fairly complex. This one doesn't look very complex, but usually it's got roughly the same amount of moves on the left and right side. So to me, like that's about right. We got 2 on the left, 2 on the right. Those are the breakdowns from this marker right here. So just zooming out, that's what it looks like. Pulling it out to the side. You can see it. So it's a complex head and shoulder motion. These are distributive. These are cat ears. Totally normal. Not my concern at all. Because we talked about last week, my big faux pas was in thinking that for whatever reason that this wouldn't look the same if it shrunk down. Of course it's going to look the same, if it shrinks down. I don't know why I thought it would look different. That's just a really silly thing for me to think. So, the only real question I'm asking at this point is in terms of like timing, like, do I think that this is about to be finished? Do I think it's going to do another iteration? It really doesn't make a huge difference. At this point, another iteration would probably only go through Tuesday, and there's not really anywhere else to, you know what I mean? Like, so if you're like, well, you said it was iterations were done. Yep, that's what my estimation was. I think they're finished. So what I think is happening right now is that we're going into a kind of a final dip here, and it could go as low as 482. Would not surprise me, but I want to see it come down, hit the support here, and then after that immediately take off. If it does not immediately take off and start making higher highs here, I think maybe one more day, but then I'm pretty much done with the week. You guys are like, that's not very good. No, it's not. Because if it doesn't move on Tuesday or Wednesday, I mean, it's just not gonna. It's probably not gonna move. I'm happy to be wrong about that, but the argument is that we're gonna get pinned, and I don't I don't think that stuff's impossible. I just think that at this point, we saw the change character. Unfortunately, it's not following through. So at this point, it's like you either follow through or you don't, right? And that's kind of where I'm at right now. So if you're in a position where you're worried about calls expiring this week or whatever, it's way too early to be flipping out. You've got 7 minutes in the market open. The day's just started. So the week's just started. So you got to give it at least an hour or two. Give yourself some breathing room, you know, and then assess it and see what's going on. You can't, within the first 30 seconds of market open or 10 minutes of market open, think that the week is going to do this or that. You got to give it at least like an hour or so. So that's my TA. My TA is pretty straightforward. I think we're going to hit a low and we're going to react and come back up. And if we don't do that, then I'm kind of lost. And GME is the same deal. I don't know if we're going to go as low as 2109. We may not need to come down that far. There's another potential support here at like 2150. And it's holding up pretty well, but this is not a bullish price action right here on GME first thing. This is pretty bearish looking. So this push came higher. It actually tested the outer trend. So this is a big deal because the first time we've actually checked this outer trend since the first two major tops. So that means it's been since June, that June 7th period. That's the last time we were up at this trend. So that's a huge deal. But it looks distributive, meaning like it looks like it's about to just come back down. So yeah, this is the one that's like way up here. Back when we hit like 47. And then before that, whatever it was, the 60s. So this is a big deal for GME. It just bonked its head on that outer trend for the first time since June. That's a big deal. But no, I don't think this price action doesn't look bullish. You're like, but you said you had to wait. Well, you do have to wait. You have to wait for the bottom. But I don't think this right here, pumping up above the top and then sliding back down through, is ever really in and of itself a bullish action. It just isn't. So, you know, it can turn around and have a change of character, but at least initially that kind of a move where it spikes above the high and then slides back down through all the creeks and supports, that's a bearish price action. So if you were to draw this marker over here, you would have said like right there at 21 or 2205 that became a bearish move, and then you'd have to wait, you know, and it's contextual. I mean, depending on where it is in the range, that could be a phase B top. It's not always like a bad thing, but typically like that in and of itself, again, by itself, would indicate you're probably going to head down to the bottom of the range, and then you'll have to wait and see. But usually I would say that's kind of bearish. So I'm seeing the same kind of kitty cat ear right here on this breakdown. Pretty classic looking in this case, which is kind of nice. So we'll see how low that goes. I did an estimate on AMC. I didn't really do one on GME. I just looked at support levels, but you can use waveforms to help estimate because the cat ears tend to be one of the cleaner waveforms. So if you can see them visually, you should be able to identify where those targets are. So one is very obvious. This is like right below us here at like 2168. I think that's breaking through. I think it's breaking down right now out of a potential trend. Yeah, it is. So that yellow line is a trend line. So it's dropping that trend right now. Yep. So that's no bueno. So I think that was expected. If it breaks that trend, you would probably come pretty low. This looked like a little bit of a widening, so same deal. If it continues to break down here and it can't hold the support that it's kind of sitting on right this second, I think the widening ended or started back here at 2131, maybe 2135. So regardless, I'd probably expect that to be the first major target area if we break down. Maybe that 2130 area. Yeah, it's all the same. So here's what happened on Friday. Everything, like I couldn't find a single ticker in my group that didn't do this. Everything seemed to set up right below the support that they need to be on. So like GME set up right below this $22 mark, which is right where it needed to be on top of that. I mean, it's one of the most critical levels. It's basically right where that floor is at 22.32 and set up like right beneath it. AMC sets up right beneath its creek. It closed right beneath that 504 level. That was the level it needed to be above. Again, we talked about 503 last week. MPW even though you guys don't care as much about it, that's set up right at, I mean, it was literally 466, 1 penny underneath this historic support level that it usually would need to be on. And then it would need to be on the run, I mean, at this point. And then same with IWM. It sets up right beneath 207, which is where I said it needed to come back up in order to be bullish. Everything did the same exact thing last week. It chopped low volume underneath the support. At the end of the day, we're just kind of waiting to see what the result is from that action. But nothing broke out. Nothing came back above its support. And, you know, I think the layman, we'd probably look at that and say it's bearish, that it didn't advance. Now you have room for potential drop or downside or rejection. I don't think that's wrong, but I think there's nothing inherently wrong about building out a push against a resistance and then retreating and then advancing. Like, so sometimes it does the opposite, right? Like, so here it pushed against that resistance and then it did this kind of head fake and reversed. It wouldn't be that big of a deal if this pushed against resistance, didn't really try to head fake again after the first push and dropped and then reversed. So I'm still positive this week that about that possibility. Like, it's not like that's completely gone. That's just a backup, right? Like, you're trying to advance, you push the resistance, you know, you make some progress, you go ahead and redistribute, and then you drop low, and then you end up pushing out again. This is pretty normal for most advancements, you know, in the market. So we'll see. And, you know, the bear alternative is just distribution. It shouldn't come as any surprise, or just sitting flat till September. I don't know. I personally don't really buy into that argument because I'm pretty sure that they already know what's going to happen, and there's not that much that surprises the market, like actually surprises the market, you know. So I don't really think it's that big of a deal, the whole September rate cut thing. And you want to know why I think that? Because nothing changed. Nothing changed. The last two FOMCs were both like the same thing. The only thing that changed was the fear of recession grew greater because of the bad jobs report. And then apparently, like some of the other ones, unemployment numbers came back and they were actually better than expected. I mean, nothing really changed. People like to act that all kinds of stuff changed all of a sudden. That's baloney. I mean, the same things, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, that's like saying that suddenly the market went from like black to white. That's nonsense. And the idea that larger institutional players wouldn't have had their finger on the pulse of unemployment and all that stuff, the fear of recession has been the same ever since COVID. I mean, ever since we started pumping the money out, to help with COVID relief, which was arguably necessary for many, we still entered a period of like inflation that was already there. It was already growing. It was just the straw that broke the camel's back, I just don't think like anything that happened was particularly newsworthy. But so my opinion is it was all just a big ruse, like a way of scaring retail who don't know any better. I'm being genuine. It sounds like I'm being like cocky or arrogant or something. I'm not pretending to know their mind. I'm just saying that like this is just so typical, to have like news come out and drop the market immensely, and then people all of a sudden are just super fearful, and it's like, yeah, max fear is usually when retail's wrong, and that's just the nature of the market. When retail is flipping out, doesn't know what's going on, that's usually about the time that things turn around. And you don't have to look any farther than like that bottom that we made after that, major downtrend on the SPY going into October of, what was it, 2023 or whatever it was, or October of 2023? Man, it's been a crazy year for SPY, if that's the case. I think it was October of 2022. I don't know. That sounds right better. One of the two. There was like a record number of retail puts, and then the market turned. It was like everybody and their grandma was like, we're ready for the market to drop. And the market already dropped. Way to go, retail. It could not have been any later to the party, It like literally could not have been any later to the party. That was about the time I started quitting social media. I was just getting so fed up with just the bull crap. I took so much unnecessary, like, just dumb stuff at that time. I just remember that drop because it was such a ridiculously backwards take on the market. And I'm not right all the time. I'm definitely not. And everybody makes mistakes. That was one of those moments where like everybody was in one boat, and I was trying to say like it doesn't really make sense to me to keep going lower. Anyways. So I'm looking at it right now, and I'm kind of staring it in the mouth, kind of wondering if we're seeing something similar, or if I'm just way off base here, Because what it looks like to me is like a high volume sell-off with a high volume bottom, but then the volume drops off. And that could be seen as bearish or bullish, depending on how you interpret this action. But I would say on the whole, it's more bullish. I think there's a possibility of another leg attempt to break down here, but for the most part, it looks like it's being bought up. All right, so it's been about 30 minutes. We're rounding out the first 30. We'll see what happened with AMC here. Curious to see where it closes on this candle. So my estimation was that we would get another quote unquote cat ear and possibly drop to 492-ish, 493. So far, we've hit a low of, looks like 497. Technically, it's on the creek. It didn't come back to the lower one, but that would be like a double bottom, I guess. Normally, these things happen to be very like accelerating. I don't know what the better word is. So usually you end up, the creeks build steeper and steeper to the end. And the last one is probably the most obnoxious one. It's usually the one that goes sideways. I'm not seeing any of that right now, so it's a very difficult read. But typically, like that last, I call it a cat ear or whatever, tends to be the most choppy. You usually get the most sideways action, and then suddenly like it drops through, you know. But we may not see that because this is already looking really wonky. Yeah, I think it looks really weird. Like it's like skewed. It's like if you took the flat one and just dragged it downward. So I'm trying to do my best to chart it, but it is very skewed. So let's see. There's a attempt to advance here. It drops back low. It jumps back over. Tries to find support. It tries to find support at 499. So I think that's the marker we want to use here. So if we're going to have a kind of a creek cross, that might be a good one to use. I'm reading through your comments right now. Yeah, AMC is boring. Yeah. I'm just kind of looking through the chat. So, I don't know about Cinemark. I'm not in Cinemark, although, you know, there's nothing wrong with that if you are. If you're a believer that the movie industry is going to recover, then Cinemark's up there. I mean, it's got obviously like much better debt to income than AMC. It's not the largest movie chain theater in the world, but I'm sure it's gained a lot of market share after the others went bankrupt. So there's certainly a possibility that Cinemark's going to continue to be a heavy hitter as time goes on. I got to be honest with you guys. I have no real preference when I go to the movies. I take mental notes, like if a movie theater is not good, but it's always been hit or miss. I always feel like the locations are random. I don't know. I've been to some Cinemarks that are fine. They're really nice. I've been to others that are just dumps. It feels like it's just based on the age of the building and like who's managing that place and the people there. I like the experience of going to a movie theater and having nice seats and having different options for food and stuff like that. I love that kind of stuff. But I'm also the kind of person, and it's just me, like if I can go to a theater and sit fairly comfortably and the screen is good and the sound is good, I'm pretty happy. My big gripe in the movie theater is not usually like chairs being uncomfortable. I mean, I feel like I've ever been to a movie theater and be like, wow, this chair is really uncomfortable. I just haven't. But I just really hate it when the screen's like messed up or the sound is messed up. That kind of stuff is what gets me. If the place is filthy and dirty, but it has a good screen and good sound, I can kind of like forgive it. I mean, I don't want to like watch, my bucket of popcorn go to the roaches, but that's not what I'm saying. But sometimes I'm like, there's a kind of a quaint nostalgia, I suppose, for old theaters. Because I remember when I was a kid, they used to have dollar theaters. You guys are like, what are you, like born in the 1950s? No. They used to have nickel theaters, hence the term the Nickelodeon, which is you could go pay a nickel and go watch movies all day if you wanted to. That is where Nickelodeon got their name from. No, I grew up, late 80s, 90s, and then I think that for me, a lot of it was just being at the right place, right time, because we had a dollar theater, and it was a dollar theater. So what was cool about it was always like the secondhand theater. You would get the big releases. The dollar theater would never get the big releases first. It was like stuff going to straight to TV or something, or going to TV. Like you had to wait a while. So after they left the main theater, they would go to like the dollar theater, and then they would have a run in the dollar theater. That place stayed open for a really long time. It did eventually shut its doors, unfortunately. But talk about a piece of junk theater. That place was pretty small. It only had like 5 screens or something, and at least where I was, but I loved it. Like I loved being able to either go see a movie again or see something that I didn't really want to pay full price for, and I'd be like, whatever. Oh, it's at the dollar theater. I'll pay $1 for it, Like there's some. I actually don't know if that's a good idea or a bad idea, but I like that kind of thing. I love that kind of stuff. And when you're a younger person, you don't want to spend a lot of money. You're like, sure, I'll go pay $1, at a junky theater. Obviously, my standards have come up since then, but I think that in terms of like what I'm willing to endure, but I just like never really been that picky about it as long as the screen's good. Because I've been to really nice theaters, and then like you watch the movie and there's like a green line or something, and you're like, what the heck are you doing, guys? Like fix it, There's like big green line across the screen. Like, what are you doing? I didn't come here to like watch a broken movie reel, or whatever, your digital file corrupted. I don't even know. That kind of stuff drives me crazy. Drives me nuts. Yeah, so I have no I guess all I was saying is like I don't really have a huge preference for movie theaters. And I got to be honest, again, AMC does not have any movie theaters near me. Like I'd have to travel at least an hour and a half just to get to an AMC. So I have been to a couple. Um, I've not always lived where I live, and so I've been to AMC many times in my life. But like, and then there's one near my in-laws that we always go to. That one's really nice. And then I went to the AMC in New York. That's a really nice theater. It's cool. Have you ever been there? If I'm not mistaken, it's got like, yeah, it's got like multi stories. It's like 5 stories or something. It's a vertical theater. It's really cool though. Um, yeah, so I'm a fan of AMC, but I also feel like if the Cinemark is nearby, I'm probably gonna go to the Cinemark. You know, so no. I used to see Regal too a lot where I lived. I think it was just a regional thing. They just had more Regal theaters where I lived. I don't know why. They just did. Where I was growing up, I remember Regal being like the main one. Yep. And obviously I think they went bankrupt right recently, so we have a theater locally that's not even like a chain. I don't know how you can do that anymore, but we have a theater that's completely disconnected from everything. It's like its own thing, which is strange. If another movie theater moved into this town where I live, it would destroy that movie theater like easily. And I feel really bad saying that because I know like I'm sure whoever owns it, they probably like a millionaire at this point, but I'm sure whoever owns it, we run out of business. Be like, okay, I guess we're gonna retire. But they make no effort to like update their stuff. So that's competition for you, When you don't have competition, you can get away with anything. So it's easy to have a crappy theater and people just suck it up because it's the only thing next door. Otherwise, you're gonna drive 30 minutes or more. I don't know. That's a good question. Would I prefer to drive 30 minutes for a nice theater or like 5 minutes for a decent theater? It's not horrible, but just a decent theater. I don't know. I guess I'm inclined to think that. I guess if I'm making it more of an event, I'd probably go to the nicer theater. If I just wanted to go see a movie and I don't really care about the event of it, I'd probably just go to the local one. Well, that's nice. You guys have something nice. Mine's not like that. It's just junk. So it's just an old, like it looks like it was made in the 80s or 90s kind of thing. Really retro looking movie theater, and it's got I think it's had again like no updates ever. Everything still functions. I mean, like to their credit, if there's something's broken, they'll fix it. I've never really had a bad experience there. There was like one, I don't remember even what it was. There was one movie that we saw that I think it did mess up and they just stopped it and replaced it and kept going. And I was like, that's good. It was fine. It wasn't a huge break. That's the only time it's ever happened there, though. They're pretty good. See, if I could choose between an IMAX Dolby one versus the tiny one like that, I'd be like going for the bigger one. It's about like that 30 to 40 minute drive that things start feeling like, all right, I'm traveling. You know? I don't like the idea of like traveling just to go see a couple hour movie or something, but once you get up to like, for me anyways, that limit's about 30 to 40 minutes, and then I feel like I'm traveling. Like, okay, I'm making a trip out of this now. Well, I don't know how you got 7 AMC theaters that close to you. I have like none. I think that's weird. I think it's just maybe where you live, and I'm sure they don't put theaters in places they don't think are going to do well. Let me ask you guys this question. Because AMC doesn't franchise, as far as I'm aware, I've kind of thought about it, and I wondered if AMC would do better if it allowed people to franchise. I don't know, you know. Maybe that would reduce their control. I'm not really sure. Maybe this is just a dumb question to ask. It's probably just more of a business question. But I suppose with a franchise, the liability of it lies with the person who's opening the theater, right? Not with the actual franchise. So like if you open up a McDonald's, they give you everything you need, but at the end of the day, like if the McDonald's doesn't succeed, the business owner is the one that kind of gets screwed. And then McDonald's just has like the real estate, right? Like they get to, so they retain the rights to that, so they still make money on the real estate. Is that right? I'm curious. I need to look up franchising and see how that works. I looked it up a couple years ago because I was thinking about AMC. I was like, I wonder if they started franchising, how many people would be up for that? The franchise fee. Do any of you guys own a franchise? I've only ever met a few people who've owned a franchise. I met a guy who owned like a Bahama, what was it, like Bahama Bucks or Bahama Daves or something. I think Bahama Bucks or whatever. I don't remember. It was the one that serves like smoothies and junk. And he did pretty well. Everybody in my area that owns a franchise lives in like the ritzy community on the lake. I mean, Tommy Bahama, maybe that was it. Tommy Bahama, yeah. I think that was it, something like that. But yeah, I don't see any of those people. They don't actually live in our town. I found out like through this other job I worked that apparently like everybody who owns all of the like Chick-fil-A's and all that other stuff in our town lives on this really ritzy multi-million-dollar community lake area. It's a township that's run by the people there, I guess, and it's its own thing. But I found out like everybody that lives there is like a millionaire or something, or they've been grandfathered into that community. And you can't even get in there without an invite. It's like invite only kind of stuff. And one of the trips we made to do some stuff there for a client was to that place, and I was like, man, this is so. It's just foreign to me. Like it's strange to me. I'm not down on anybody if you're in those kind of communities. If you like even like the real suburbanite folks who just really like the kind of cookie cutter neighborhoods. There's an element of safety and like security there, and there's a niceness. But like any community that has like an HOA, homeowners association, usually it's like a little too rich for my blood. I don't really want to. This is not me. I mean, you might be something you're all about. And I love going through those neighborhoods where they have like clean cut yards and they're really pretty and everybody spends like a fortune on their landscaping. Just gorgeous homes, you know. I mean, it's just a real estate dream. But at the same time, I'm like, I kind of don't want anyone telling me what to do with my property. That's just who I am. I'm like, yeah, I'd rather just have like my own open space. And it's not about like throwing a bunch of dumpy cars on my property or something. I'm not like wanting to make it look junky or something. I just don't want to have to like pay fees so I mow my lawn, you know. I'll pay your fees and then I'll mow my lawn. It's like paying you to do so that I can do my own yard work. under your rules. uh, oh man. Old Joe Dirtbags. That's kind of what I'm like, yeah. Joe Dirt. Yeah, but to be honest, like, I don't know, man. It's not, maybe it's not the Joe Dirt type, but just more like salt of the earth kind of people. I don't really think there's anything wrong with being wealthy in and of itself. It's fine. And sometimes you just get in those positions in life where you make a lot more money and you can afford nicer things, so you buy nicer things, you know? I think it's more about the lifestyle of it. Like, it's just really bizarre. And they're typically kind of like racist as well. I mean, just being straightforward. You guys are like, they're not racist, Booksy. No, it's not that the people are. The people probably aren't all racist. That's not exactly what it is. Maybe the word is like gentrified. It's like most of the time in this community that I'm talking about near us, I think there's like zero. I've never seen a single African American person there ever. Like ever. Unless they're like in the service industry or like the Mexican Americans who are just mowing lawns. I've never seen a single white or non-white person living there. It's a bunch of older white people, you know, almost all of them. And they've got some younger folks that live there too, but so it's not me like criticizing them. It just is what it is. Like that's what it is. And that's most of America nowadays anyways. We like a lot of our we kind of went, what did they call it? It was like reverse segregation or something. Like we resegregated based on like other things. That's not universally true, but yeah, so it just is what it is. Like, I'm not saying it's the people there are racist or anything. I'm just saying, like, it's just an old, rich, white neighborhood, you know? Like, I don't know, man. You guys are like, you're white, Booksy. Nobody's judging you. Well, white people judge other white people. That's definitely the truth. Point in case. I'm judging white people right now. Sometimes white people judge other white people even more harshly, you know? It's their station in life. Like the Joe Dirts of the world. If you don't have nice teeth, you're obviously not doing well, you know? It's all that kind of stuff. African American, just say black, bro. No, not all black people are African American. Not all African American people look particularly black, so it's a tough one. I mean, there's a lot of black people in the world who are not African American. I could say black American, white American, Hispanic American, Latino, Asian American. I don't know. I guess it just depends on how you group stuff. It's not really that I'm trying to be politically correct. It's just the way that I speak. This doesn't look like much of anything good to me. I think it's that chop. And I just don't really know what to make of it yet. It's just a widening move, so Still looks a little bit weak to me right now. I know some of you are probably looking at it like getting excited because the volume dropped and then there's not a lot of selling and we're making a higher high. Maybe, you know, like I'm not against the idea that we could just run here. I just don't think we made that drop yet, so it's just not there yet. I could be wrong, which should always go without saying, but I'll say it anyways. It just looks like a potential flag, so let's just wait it out, see what happens. So, like I was saying earlier, the second quote-unquote ear, as I call it, in a cat ear is usually really flat, and there's no exact rocket science to it. Well, there is. There's a lot of exact stuff to it, but you don't need to get into all that if you just want to see visually what I'm talking about. You can go back and look and see like this type of pattern all over the place. And if you're wondering like where the cat ear idea comes from, that purely was me being like stupid and talking about this looking like a cat to me. And I felt like that was a good way to just sort of simplify it for myself. People thought it was kind of funny, so I kept talking about it like that. But also, like visually speaking, this pattern itself is not rare. It's a Wyckoff accumulation or distribution pattern, depending on how it sets up. So like when you go to look at Wyckoff accumulation distribution schematics, you'll see the cat ears. They're present as well on those. So this was the joke, was it reminded me of the bongo cat meme, which I don't know why I think bongo cat's so funny. It's one of those things that I just think is really funny. It's probably not that funny to most people. They're probably like, well, I don't get it. It's not that funny, Booksy. So anytime I say like cat ear, I'm talking about a little kitty cat with his paw in the air. And so he's talking about left ear, right ear. We're talking about waveform patterns. So left ear, right ear. And that right ear tends to be the breakdown one. So like if I were looking at this without all the kitty cat drawings, and I were just looking at this as a model for like an ascension or something like that, this tends to be the one that has the breakdown on it. So I'm trying to draw like a cross-section line here. It's easy to see. This tends to be the one that has the breakdown. It may be that it's slightly under it. It could actually be that this whole ear is set up underneath this. This is kind of rare, but it does happen where like that whole thing is underneath it. The whole right ear. But typically the reason it's flat is because it's like a failure to advance over some resistance. So you have a resistance right above you, and oftentimes what this is a series of attempts to break out. Usually there's up to 4. You see the M cross, and then the last one ends up being like really steep, like a try to advance and then fail kind of thing. So how do you use that, where we are right now? Well, it's important to just count the waves. So a lot of times if you get lost in this kind of junk, you might be inclined to sort of give up and be like, well, I can't ever do this. It's not possible. There's too much noise. Like I'll never know for sure. Well, you may not know for sure, but you can typically find the wave cross pretty easily. So each one of these is a wave cross, meaning like you're making a wave up, down, and up again. So the way to kind of tell if you're looking at something like it, if you're not really sure, is sure there's always a possibility you're like early or late or whatever. But the big thing here is like, remember there's like an ascending wave, and this wave is being met on the opposite side. I'm drawing it out right now on the little diagram. And then you should see that same wave down here as well. So each of these is a cross down, and then it's doing it the other way as well. Now the other way should be, and in our case it is, getting steeper as she goes, because you want it to accelerate right on top of that jump. We've made that jump here. Like there's no doubt in my mind. So it's not really a question for me of like, where are we? It's more a question of, well, how long, like how far along in terms of time, because I already know like we've made the bigger jump here. I don't feel like that's a question in my mind. I think we're failing right now on the bigger picture to do that advancement. And then when I look at the waves, I'm like, yeah, I could see it being pretty straightforward. There's a couple crosses here, so I don't really have a lot of doubts right now that this is probably right in terms of that waveform. I don't feel like that's a big question in my mind. Okay, so I just doodled it really fast with my mouse so you could see it, and there it is, right? So that's not really a big question for me right now. I feel like that's probably right, because this is definitely like close to, if not the trend, and that's what you look for. You look for that trend, and then seeing where it broke down from the trend is usually going to be like a cat ear in and of itself. There's one right here on this breakdown. This was on Friday around 11, broke down, and then the reaction back up is just the reaction. I think we watched this too on Friday, and I was saying like, you know, if it wasn't here, it was on GME, but there was a particular hook we were watching, and I was like, yeah, it's pretty high. And, you know, once you make that reaction, you might come back up all the way to that marker, and this one does. So it comes all the way back up, rejects, all the way back up, and then you just look at the next one. So when does it reverse, Booksy? That's probably going to be your question is, well, when does it reverse? When it reverses. You know? So right now, like, even though that cat ear doesn't look quite as neat as the first one, it's definitely there. You can visually see it, and you can see the hook here. And even though, again, it's not got that perfect flat top to it, it doesn't need to. It has the wave, and that's really what matters to me. So I think it's already made that wave, and I think, again, where does it reverse? The question you might be asking is, well, where does it reverse? You got to remember what they're trying to do here from both sides, because like on a bear side, you're probably slowly dropping this in order to give it the appearance of like a wedge, for one, into this corner. But also, see this white line coming down? This is one of the creek lines. I don't have these on here for no reason. They all represent like creeks and intersections. My guess is much like over here, is they're trying to find a footing, like what we did right here on August 1st. They're trying to find a footing to knock the price low, to bring it back down. If they can manage to grab a resistance like at 503, which is where we are, that makes sense because it's been historically like acting as a supply and demand zone. So it would be a better place to try to sell down from, or on the opposite side, buy up from. So that's what usually is being achieved in this like chop. It's like you're bringing it down, waving down until you kind of get underneath that, and then you can drop it through support. And they've already done that. They already dropped support. So now it's just a question of, are we going to drop lower? I still think my answer is probably we are. At this point, I don't know for a fact, but I'm just saying probably, just because it's safer to just assume that this is not going to react well and it's probably going to drop. Typically, that cat ear does have a drop. However, if it did not, you would simply be looking at, all right, where does it come back above here? I mean, I already have it drawn out, but that's where you'd want to see it. So you'd want to see it essentially SOS around 511. And if it can do that, it should hold. Or it could hold, I should say. Then we'd be in good shape. So I need to use the restroom really fast. I'll be back. Give me like 2 or 3 minutes. Just quick restroom break. And I will return promptly. Alrighty. Yeah, so this is a important moment, basically, at the end of the day for AMC, because sometimes, and I've kind of gone into this a little bit here and there. Sometimes this, it just depends on the way this sets up, but occasionally this can be a really positive move if it looks like the January move. So you guys remember that? Oh, you're like, yeah, that's an easy one to pick on because it's always there. So in that example, what the cat ear does is it goes up. There's a steep pullback, right? And then it stays pretty high, you know, in advance. This is like this. And in the end, like, there's almost an unrecognizable cat ear because it doesn't even like really look like, basically that M crosses up. And this is just an example of like a reaccumulation where you have essentially like an SOS. So a lot of times what I look for is the SOS needs to be obviously like right where it needs to be. So that would be like us right now moving up and jumping over. You can't make like a secondary sideways action and then go up. You'd either go straight up in the double M cross here, like 1, 2, 3 up, or you're going to have some kind of a head fake here and you're going to come down. And that's more in line with either a spring or a distribution. So I don't know. I very rarely see anything that doesn't look exactly like this when it's bullish. And it's that double M cross shape. So if you were able to count them, normally I was saying like 4. So we'd say like a 4 top. That's the way I've described it before. And if you were to count those, you would count like 1, 2, 3, 4. That's just the double M shape. That's just the shape of like you're creating like a distribution, then you're creating an accumulation, then you're creating a distribution, then you're coming back down. It's just a normal wave, up, down wave. So that is in and of itself just a simple M, right? So when I'm saying the M, that's what I'm talking about. But usually you'll see 2 distinct tops on either side. So if it's ascending, it could be a little hard to read it because it might look more like a ladder climbing. But typically you still get those, even in the midst of that, you still get those, you might get like a double up thrust and then, you know, you still get the downward move. And then same old, right? And then typically at the very end, there's a bigger backup and then you advance. So they are in essence like the exact same thing, but one of them is actually doing the job of advancing the creek, whereas the other is failing to advance. So they're essentially like the same thing. That makes sense? I hope so. So do I think that it's possible that we're just advancing now? I don't know. Volume's kind of dropping while we're rising. We're getting these repeated moves up, but they're not holding very well. So what I mean by that is if you look closely, they're just kind of, we're trading like low and then popping, pop, trade low, pop, trade low. So I'd like to see it, if it's going to advance, I'd like to see it kind of do the opposite, basically. Like if we have a drop, that should be where we're popping, not the opposite way. I don't really want to see it continue. That's typically more distributive. I mean, you can almost look at every single top on AMC and see the same kind of rapid fire like up thrust. So we don't really want to see that. And I definitely don't want to see it with just dropping volume. Bottom line, if you came above like 509, you'd probably be above the creek. So we'll just say that for now. Maybe 509 potential breakout level. Otherwise, I'm still inclined to say that if it can't get over this level, it's probably going to drop. again. Well, we'll see. Still, decent price action after that first upthrust this morning. And then GME itself actually made a secondary move. So it did come low. It dropped beneath its little local bottom here, 2175. It did not break low. So it held here, found support again. So you see how it tested that? It's a liquidity test. You see how it dipped beneath both the local trend and the uptrend, like the local level and the uptrend. So this yellow line going backwards goes to this bottom. I don't know why I have it way over here, but I did. And we dipped like slightly beneath that. So it's a liquidity test, essentially like a double flush. A flush to the upside, slightly above the top, flush to the downside, slightly below the bottom. That's your Monday morning shake. And then almost immediately it came back up about, 30 minutes into the day, and it seemed to find support again. So again, like even I misjudged that first move because I'm like, well, you don't really want to see that. And it's true. It just tells you you're probably going to come to the bottom of that range. And we did, but you really don't know until, at least an hour or so into the day what might happen there. So there was someone early on just kind of saying, yeah, it's a villa, just chimed in again, saying that they're screwed or something. And yeah, I mean, you might be. Can't promise you anything, but you have to wait at least an hour. You can't just, it was like the first comment you made, it was like 5 minutes after the open. And even now, I'm like, Look, most of the time, if you're stuck in a call option and it comes around to like the Tuesday or Wednesday before that Friday that option's about to expire and you haven't run yet, 95% of the time, you're going to be in trouble. It's probably not going to run Thursday, Friday for you. Okay? That's a given, I hope. And I think that most people have experienced it enough at this point that Booksy doesn't need to tell them that. They kind of already know. But if you haven't experienced that, just heads up. You got to really be watching those. And if you're going to roll anything, typically you want to be farther out before you make that decision because you're going to lose a lot of value in the last week. But also, just so you know, like there's no cookie cutter formula here for success. And that 95% of the time might seem really daunting. It's felt like that almost every week. Not every single week, but almost every week that we've ended at 5. There's been like sort of that off chance that there could be a big move. Most of the time that doesn't happen. At this point, if it doesn't run right now into this week, I mentioned it earlier, like I'd be pretty lost. I might need to take a little break because like obviously my brain's not screwed on right. It's not a problem with the charts. It's not a problem with anything else. The problem isn't outside of myself. It's the way I'm interpreting it. So if I'm in that mindset where I think that, and there it goes, 511. If I'm in the mindset where I think that, hey, we're coming to the end of this, it should be running, and it hasn't run yet, so be it. But at some point, you got to just say, like, enough is enough. I got it wrong or whatever. Last week, I said that I measured out the iterations. To me, it looked like they were supposed to end at, like, about 1,400, which is about 2 hours before close on Friday. When that didn't happen, I argued that, well, we're probably going to come back down, and we need to get, like, another low somewhere near 493. Not seeing it just yet. All we saw was 496. What if we never get 493, Booksy? What if it doesn't come back? Well, then I'm wrong again. You know what I mean? Like, that's all there is to it. But in the grand scheme of things, like, to think that the iterations were going to end here and they really end here, it's a difference of 3 hours. And 3 trading hours can feel like a really long time when it happens over a weekend. So it feels like an extremely long amount of time, but it's not that long of time. Like, it's just not. So like, that's what I'm saying. Like, in Avila, this is for you. I'm saying, like, don't overthink it if something misses and it's like a couple hours off. Think about it longer term as best you can. And as things are moving, then make those decisions. I can't give you financial advice about how to move your money or whatever, but I can tell you that a lot of times, like, the move, you're early and you're just early. If I'm early by 3 hours, I'm early by 3 hours. Oh well. It stinks, but it is what it is. I don't want to close above 511. I want to close way up high. I want to be up at the SOS. I'm being as careful as I can when I say this, but I do not want to see any weakness right now. Like, we've got to remember, like, this, if we're right about, if you are right and you're saying that you're going into a markup phase, there shouldn't be a whole lot of hesitation. And what we've been seeing is there's a lot of hesitation building out of this potential bottom. And I do not want to see an up thrust here. I do not want to see 2 up thrusts here that try to get above, 517 and fail. I don't want to see that. Do not want to see it push up high and then drop back down below. At this point, it's probably going to be a deeper drive down. I don't want to see it hesitate and like chop here at 510 for hours and hours and hours. It's simple. Like, at this point, this range has been over traded. I put on my title today, overtime, because to me, that's what this is. This is not sensible trading at this point when we're just sitting in the center of a range. Now, for an entire week, last week, just chopping sideways. And we've already traded that part of the range multiple times, Institutional traders love to get what they want to get. They don't care if you care, you think it's going on long. They're going to take their time, but this is just ridiculous, For us to just sit here and chill out in the 5s is not enough for me at this point. I'm over it. We should be making our move out. There's no reason, there's no liquidity need here anymore except for just pinning, So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to see it just sit there for a day or two. I think it needs to go. And if you're looking for a big move Monday or Tuesday, going into Wednesday, Thursday, those are your best opportunities, really the early part of the week. So I don't like the now or never kind of stuff. That's too much of an ultimatum, but I don't really feel like that's a very appropriate way to look at the market either. But I think that there is a sense of need to a move like this. You're either going or you're not going, It's simple. So to me, like, that's not enough. Like, 511 is not nearly enough. I think it needs to be moving into SOS. You know, 444, that was a level we pulled from our hats earlier. That was talking about potential change of character and stuff like that. All I can say is if we experience another drop at this point, it's got to be like the mother of all springs, or it's going to be a change of character and we're going to go really low. Because I just can't understand the rest of this price action right now with these rapid fire down thrusts that are succeeding, in floating the price. It just doesn't make any sense. So yeah, we should be done, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I don't want any lukewarm junk this week. I want to see it move. Because last week was really just very sobering, I think. There was a lot of expectation that I had about it either being like a pivot low or breaking out. And I didn't really feel like either of those was strongly satisfied. The breaking low maybe, because it did come back to 480s again, but these kinds of things are just getting frustrating when there's no commitment. So I want commitment to the moves. I don't want any of this kind of halfway, half measures type deal. Yeah, and to me, the strongest of these commitments would be pumping pretty far. I think we'd end to see the 540s and then the 520s as support. It doesn't have to be in that order necessarily. It just has to be there. And it has to be above 560s. So I think 509 was a good place for us to mark because it does put us above the current tops, but it needs to then hold. Like it couldn't just capitulate. That's just an up thrust. Always, always, always has to have support. So there is a possible support lower. It's basically just a throwback to 503. So that's where the intersections were timed. Was about 3 minutes ago. So I guess we'll find out. Nothing here looks like particularly strong just yet. This is an okay move, but it's got to hold support. Now GME might be an easier one for us to watch. It's a little easier on the eyes right now because GME is definitely on the wall right now. It has never been over this marker, and that's a big, big deal. It's had 2 pushes against it, 1, 2, 3. So if it can somehow squeeze above it, it should be a pretty nice move. Just like AMC, this kind of reminds me of that flat foretop though. So I would not be like oh no, like the world's ending if suddenly like it dropped, because again, throwbacks like that happen all the time. So this is a really key spot. Yeah, this is the outermost creek for sure. We're knocking on the door. It's kind of amazing how necessary it is, and yet how challenging it's been. And it does have the appearance that it could be a LSPY, just like IWM. I think there's a fear in my brain about that possibility that it's not done yet. I get so irritated by stuff like this. But I also am like, well, why? Would you just do it just to... It would have to be just like a massive shakedown. I don't think it would be like another low with another chop. That's like a breakdown. think if it were going to drop, it'd probably be like a massive shakeout where they drive the price almost back down to like 2050 or something really fast. And then pretty much it recovers high here and then it just goes. That would be the only thing I could think in terms of a low move. That would be kind of bullish. But yeah, we're definitely knocking on that door. So we've approached it. We did not approach it back up here. We got really close, but we didn't actually get there, and we were at like 29. I don't know if you all recall, we were doing that. It went pretty high. It went to like 29.99 or something ridiculous in after hours, but regular trading hours didn't ever approach the mark. So I feel like this is a really, really important spot for us right now as a result. Yeah, we're right there. I'm not a big fan of this RSI being really high either. I wonder if we're going to get a big shakeout. I'm going to share this with the Discord group. I think the GME folks need a little encouragement. Because they've been battered quite a bit. So this is pretty much your spring confirmation moment. If it's going to be a spring. I definitely could see could see a big shake here too. So I'm going to put that in the notes because yeah, I definitely could see that as a possibility for GME. So definitely a possibility for GME that we get a shakeout. And I think both of them would actually look fine with a shakeout right now. So you guys are like, why? Why do we need to continually shake out? Because you just do. It's just the way it works. It's like, you think about it this way. This is one of two things. It's always one of two things, okay? This is either going to be an S-curve, which finishes up here around like 23.52, in which case we just put this up here instead, right? And I'm not saying it's going to take that long, but it might be like something like that, you know, or similar to that. So like it's either going to be an S-curve where it's going to finish maybe at like 23.50, or this is like a head fake right now, and it's the ending of a creek cross, and you're going to come back down, and it makes the most sense to come back here to me to 2074. Just have a nasty sell down. I know you're like, why? ¿Por qué, Buxy? Why do this? I don't know. This is just normally the way it works. So what this would look like to me would be just a normal M with a drop at the end that has no S-curve, but it's kind of a head fake S-curve. And then that value isn't gone forever, but you then cross lower to iterate again. And that would be just another way of showing the exact same thing we've already seen here and here, which is we're approaching the creek, dropping, approaching the creek, dropping. And at this point, you'd want to see a change of character. So you'd want to see it be higher up. And I think it would be. And then you're basically doing, again, a retracement in order to jump lower. So springs are all about that recovery. You know, they're not recovering, they're not a spring. you're misreading it, you know, and then you have to take that as it comes because you're like, well, that's not what this was. So the way that I'm drawing this looks like Wednesday, but I guess we'll find out. Where's earnings? Is that Wednesday? Can't see anything. This chart's too messy. Oh, it's way over here. September 4th. Okay. I thought somebody said August. Actually, 4 hour looks fine. Same deal though. I could see it dumping backwards to come back to retrace to, yeah, maybe 2070. And then build out. So this would just look like a larger M shape to me, like this kind of movement. And then it would be probably pretty accelerated after that. I don't think you'd even really see the rest of it, sort of like this, moving up. Yeah, something like that. That seems about right. So if it's an S curve, that just means that you're going to see it pump up and drop higher. I don't find them to be particularly engaging. Like they don't typically just keep going. You usually have to have some kind of a pullback. Because S curves tend to measure pretty well 50-50. And even if it's going to continue with a larger one, this could be like a halfway point for a much larger move. Which could be a halfway point for a much larger move. Like that's kind of how the S curves iterate if they're growing. So you might say this could go up to maybe, it's hard to say, maybe like 2360, and then, you know, so on and so forth. Even if that's the case and it's iterating outward like that, and it's going to be this explosive move, you'd still have those pullbacks in the center folds of the S curve. So there's no perfect straight up motion usually. I'd be happy if there was, but it still looks like, I don't know, man. We need to see that bounce. Looks a little bit more bullish on the 1 hour here, that downward move. It's got a pretty big wick on it, back up to the creek. Just level to level, y'all, level to level. You don't hear me excited yet because I'm like, I'm in tune right now with what they're doing, and all I can tell you is that it's a 1, 2, 3. So there's a fake to the upside, then the downside came low. It broke below. Again, didn't get as low as I thought it would, but it did break below, and then it reversed and it's pushing out. It's kind of what I wanted to see today. Like if I were just boiling it down to like, I want to see it drop and then reverse. I think if you came on the stream early, you probably saw something like this on my chart. And that was it. But that pump and drop happened instantaneously this morning. There was no real strong downside. It was just a quick head fake, a quick drop to the downside beneath that trend. Just like GME, it recovered within about an hour, and then it's trying again. So I'm a little nervous because I think they're doing a 1, 2, 3, 4, and I just want to make sure that the 4 catches and it's strong. I say that sometimes, like a 1, 2, 3, 4, like it's a thing. It's not really a thing. It's just that the quadruple flush, as I like to call it, tends to be the MO for them because of that M shape. So it would be like the 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's like a really hyper fast way of like checking liquidity. And whenever we see that like compressed, that's what I'm saying. And then it's like a hyper fast way of checking liquidity. So that we basically saw like a hyper compression there. I mean, that could be it. Like that. That could be it. I don't know. Guess we'll see. Just got to make sure that we can make that support. And we did. I mean, everything I'm drawing is happening. It's just happening faster than expected. This didn't happen, which is fine. That was more like in the case of a flush. I'll leave it on the chart until we're in the clear because I don't want to assume anything. Wish I had kept my chart from the beginning of the day. It basically looked like this. So kind of. There was a touch on 506. Just happened like way over here. Really early. I'll tell you this much. I will probably, to some degree, I will celebrate, if this day goes really well, I'll celebrate later the success of measuring the iterations. Because even though I was like 3 hours off, that just is a really good practice to do. And it's hard to do. And I don't know anybody else that's doing it. So I got to give myself a little bit of grace when I don't get it perfect. You know, sometimes I'm like pretty spot on. Sometimes I'm a few hours off. But I don't really have anyone that can check my work. So it's like, yeah, maybe I'll celebrate that because I think that was a big deal. This call out didn't happen on the hour, but if it does end up being a breakout here, then it was a well-timed move. Like it still timed it really well on my part. And if it doesn't and it chops low again, we may have to reconsider what we saw. Like what was it that we were interpreting here? Like it'd be important either way. So yeah, I mean, in theory, each of these has been S-curves that are not completing. So at this point, if it does complete, then this does not head fake right now. And you should get a leg up that's approximately, maybe this high, which makes sense. And take you back to the 560s area. You see that? And which makes sense because of what? Because of the larger one. The larger wave here completing has an equal 50-50 measurement here on this S-curve. So that's a change of character because we haven't had that happen. Excuse me. And then the whole magical thing that happened last week, and I don't want to say magical too much today because it hurts my soul, but the whole magical thing that happened last week was the added measurement of these S-curves. And what that did for me in my brain, I can't even describe y'all how important that this is. And I'll definitely have to do some kind of a video series about it and talk about this maybe in retrospect if we see the move complete, because it's still testing. It's still like a testing theory, and I've found it works, I don't know, 2.5 out of 3 times. One of them was like, it went to a really important level, but it wasn't actually the top. So it was a very important, like it was arguably the most important level on the top area, but it wasn't the top. The other 2 that I tested, it was the top. So anywho, that measurement measures out to about $12 now. And I think it's going to be the wraparound value. So each of these is storing up an S-curve that was not succeeding, right? And then we should see those start succeeding. So the first one would actually be the smallest guy right here, number 4, which is not the yellow bar I just drew. It's actually this guy right here. So it goes on Wednesday the 7th up through Thursday the 8th. So that would be the first leg that would complete potentially, and then the second leg would be this one, and the third leg, fourth leg, and then the last leg. And all those added together gave me a value, and this is what I was saying, like, this doesn't surprise me, right? But this gave me a value of equaling back to this creek cross. Just like this value right here that we just looked at, this number 3 here gives us a value back to this one, right? And then this guy will probably give you a value back to that one. All of them added together build that back up to this creek cross, and it's that 820s area, which just so happens to be where the daily 180 is, by the way. I didn't mark that on here, and I don't have it on the chart, but it just so happens, Booksy. Yeah, it makes me wonder if that's a big part of the reason why we've been chopping downward at the end. Why we chop downward at the end is to bring some of those moving averages with us in order to have a level that's going to either provide resistance or support naturally. So like it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy that people are going to sell and buy at those levels. So it might be easier for a computer to get liquidity, like robotic, liquidity or whatever, if they're able to drag those EMAs to the appropriate spot. So Booksy, you said 511 was enough. What about 517? You about to get excited yet? We heard you get really excited on Friday for a move that didn't happen then. You still in the dumps about it? No, this is the first completion, so we're right about that. Yeah, we're right about it. I'm not going to get rid of the numbers, but I'll get rid of that. So what do I mean when I say we're right about it? We're right about these being iterations that weren't completing S-curves, and that's a big deal. And then we're right about this, which is these are the first levels of moving. I think this is right. Let me double check this one real fast. Yeah, that's the one I estimated as 50%. It's just an estimation. I mean, I could be a little bit off on some of these, but it's like a halfway point, so it should drive it back up to pretty much where we're at. I wonder why I went so low on that one. Not up to the top. Should have been support. Oh, I see, because this resistance came really far back down. So it'd be to here. Yep. So see how that leg gets you right back up to the other side of the S-curve? Isn't that nice? If you don't know what I'm talking about this right here. So each of these is like a broken S-curve. It starts, it's attempting to go forward and it doesn't, right? So each of these legs builds out level to level, and then you're getting the iterations, like they're dropping. But what's amazing is that when you get to the end, if you add them all together, you get a breakout value that's really accurate. And I think it's like a P&F value, so it'd be pretty exciting to see. And I was really disappointed because I just want to see y'all make money. I don't like the idea of being wrong, so there's always that, Like, obviously I want to win. I don't want to just, like, lose. That would be crappy. But also Fridays just kind of suck the life out of me. It's usually they usually are not fun. We might be able to estimate a pullback here because, well, I mean, yeah, maybe. Well, maybe that pullback already happened. Maybe that was here. No, it would be like the 50% mark. It should be 572. So if I go to 572, and I assume that this doesn't break, how does this work, Booksy? Use your brain, kiddo. So the S-curve doesn't just keep going straight up. It has to have a pullback. S-curve, pullback, S-curve, pullback. So this is an M-cross. So again, in the meekest form of this, I would say you're just building out like a low spring and cross on the creek at a lower value. They're crossing it right where high liquidity is, which is nice. They're crossing it right at 5. So they're jumping all of the necessary creeks right here where the highest liquidity is. So then what? Think about this. How would you use... Jason's good question. Do we still need to see a drop? No. I'm going to leave it on the chart, but when there's the debate here, right? So like some of you guys are going to be like, no, we're just going to go now. And I don't necessarily disagree, but it's a question of, like if you're asking me, do we need to see it because of liquidity? My answer was already no. But if you ask me, like, did I think we were going to see it because of creeks and the way they were pointing? My answer was yeah. It looked like it was going to go to like maybe 492. And then possibly if we got a deeper drop, maybe that 487. So that never seemed to change in this area. It kept adjusting, but the values were still there. It was like it was pointing down that whole time. But an S-curve is a little different. So when you get to this point, if it does break out, you're crossing up. I think I did the little diagram. You remember this? So one instance you go down, like this fails to advance, you go down low. Does that make sense? And then the other instance, if this can manage to advance, I'm just drawing on top of it just so you can see it. If it manages to advance above your creek and it continues, this is really more of like the S-curve model, and you could still have a drop, but typically it's not going to come back because you've jumped the creek. Like, so one of these doesn't advance, it goes low, and then it might still advance down bottom. So earlier I drew this where it could come back, and then you could see like a lower advancement into like Wednesday or something. So again, another iteration. It's essentially the exact same thing we already saw here, 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 but it does it again. But the change of character that we witnessed last week was that this pushed higher. So then I'm looking at it like, all right, they're clearly like not willing to let it run. They're doing these advancements and pushing it back down. So they're going to drop it. The last thing I said on Friday was that I thought it was going to be a down first thing on Monday because, you know, maybe an up-down movement first thing on Monday, which is kind of what happened, but it just didn't go that low. So, you know, once you make this advancement, though, this is a very different move now. So for us to make this advancement means that you don't really want to see it do that. Now that would be a very distributive action because you're losing the creek. And it's not a backup to the creek if you do that unless... unless in some cases, this is worth, again, it's just context. Unless in some cases this does happen. There's a really steep creek and we just left it and we didn't check it. Maybe you could see it come way back down, but it would not be as low as this one. If that makes sense. This is like either a breakdown where you're just going to flat out hook here and fail, or it's a spring. This kind of a push, if it comes too high, and it just sort of depends on where it goes. But if it comes too high, it can't go back beneath the downward creek. It's a wave. So you just think about it in terms of waves, it makes a lot more sense. If you don't like the idea of cat ears and creeks and stuff, just think about it in like up-down terms. You've got a resistance here, either doesn't or does break out. Then what happens afterwards is either comes back and backs up to that creek, or it tries to advance from below and break the creek. You see that? They're really no different in terms of movement. It's just where those, and the resistance is the same in the beginning. Both of them hit the same resistance. Both of them hit resistance here. It's just that one of them manages to break out. And sometimes, even the way I drew it's kind of weird. Sometimes it's more like this. Even still, you know. So it really just depends on a lot of things. There's no cookie cutter for it. All I could tell you is that in terms of waveforms, it is fairly straightforward. So yeah, so at this point in this junction, we've got a push up higher. So now you can see pretty clearly that it's completed the S-curve. I don't feel like that's very hard to see. I mean, visually I drew it, but also these levels are the same. So when you're looking at the next build out, and then from an iteration standpoint, what's the difference between this and this iteratively? Well, one of them is going to do the same thing down again. One of them is going out. It's changed character. It's changed dynamic. So the expectation would be that this then starts out in basically like a new pattern, right? Which is going to be one that's going to be more parabolic in terms of like waves. This is where you see the big breakouts on AMC typically. It could take a bit. Sometimes the lower portion can be kind of slow here, for example. It could take a little while. Some of our SOSs have been kind of slow. Or I should say LPSs. They're like this or something. But once you get above that next one, it should just be like, oh, we're completing like the next S-curve. We got another one right here. You see that? So you see the benefit of the iterations may be a little bit annoying, and we spent maybe too much time on them last week, but you can see the benefit of it now. It's like, oh, well, this one completed. We see how it completes. The next one could complete. We can see how that goes. So it just depends on where it backs up to. That's what I'm trying to figure out right this second. Like, where's this backup value? So no, I don't think it has to go back low. I've already talked at length about the gaps and what I think about gaps. I think this would just be shoehorned into the $3 gap area as well. Like, it's one that we may have to revisit later if this iterates again down on the big picture. Big picture, guys. There could be another major iteration down before takeoff. So that's after this run. It's in the future. I'm not going to talk about that right this second. But that's in the back of my mind because I know that if that happens, there's all these gaps here that they could use, you know, or excuse their moves or whatever. So, yeah. So I think the backup here is fairly obvious. So once again, pushing up higher creek. This time the creek is actually higher. I mean, to me, it looks pretty good. Looks like it made an advancement over both of these. So, second time we've advanced a creek. First time was back here on Wednesday the 7th. And then we did it again right here just now. Well, this was the first time, I'm sorry, on the 9th. We passed above 503. That was a big deal. Yep. So we want to see like really light volume on this sell down. We want to see the buyers pick it up. Now is a good time, but if they didn't hold here, I wouldn't be like super shocked. I'd just be like, okay, because it's just a double top kind of wicks. I don't really feel like that's ever really strong support or resistance. There's another one here. And then I'm looking at all the bottoms. basically, and like the, yeah, and then this is the one we picked out earlier. I think that one stays the same. So those are three places we could retrace to. Then the lowest being way down here at 504. Don't really want to see it go back down to 504. I would prefer to have like a simple retracement. Of course, the golden pocket's at 504, so there you go. Would that be so bad, Booksy? Well, no. And maybe it needs to happen. I mean, it's important. Like when we came down, this was an area that we resisted, so it wouldn't hurt us to back up and confirm that as support if we're going to have a big backup. It probably wouldn't be a big deal. When I'm looking at this, I get kind of doubtful sometimes. But if you zoom out a bit, you could see why that might be really significant as a support, just to hit it before we go. So we'll see. But this is going to be helpful too, because from this point forward, if we do continue to iterate up, then you're going to see that this should be kind of patterned in the next move too. It should be. So let's see, this one came up to roughly 503. Yeah, I think it's in the right spot. I'm just gonna leave it at 502. I'm just measuring it again. So I think 572 is the next S-curve target. That makes sense. That's the top area. So it puts us right in this pocket up here, which is a good place to find support over 550. So if we can complete this S-curve here, we should be able to see it advance. And I'm willing to say that if it does hold like 504 and doesn't come as low as 503 or 502, if it does hold a little higher here, and we don't come back to like 5, for example, I might be inclined to move this up too, like push it up to wherever we back up to. Can't I be sure? Can I be sure about where it's supposed to back up to? No, I just think 504 is probably the best bet. This looks a little off though, doesn't it? I think it's a bigger move than that. Let's see, 504, 576. So I think the next one is 576. I think we're going to come back to 504. I know it's deep, but I feel like that would be better than anything else here. Of course, that's a really deep retracement. I don't know if I want to do that every time. It would kind of imply that the next one would be even lower. I kind of assume that every time we back up, we're kind of erasing, I don't know, maybe a little bit a part of the move. So you see how these two like overlap? Remember when I measured these, I measured them from, I think I measured them from 480. I didn't measure them from 5. So they're not that different. But yeah, I guess they're not that different. It's like kind of like measuring, I still stacked them. I'm pretty sure I put this like here. Yeah, so it doesn't really make a huge difference. It's just offset. Never mind. It does look like they're overlapping each other and that would erase part of the move, but this is already set up a little higher. No, I put it at 494. Let's put it at 484. 45. Wonder why I put it at 490. Maybe I was thinking like from here up. That's a big question in my mind now. I have no idea. 807, 808. That's way similar to the first time I measured it. I remember it being like 808 or something. Let me check that value. It's 20 cents different, y'all. It's not like hugely different. But I vaguely remember 808 or 810 being the first time I measured it. That was the value I got. Man, either of those makes sense. Look at this area. That to me just looks like a retracement value waiting to happen, you know? From a supply standpoint. Yeah, for sure. That's the anchor. I mean, it's exactly where you would expect it to be. It's sort of the anchor on this higher range here. Some will say like, well, that's not the bottom, this is the bottom. And I don't disagree with that sentiment, but if you're looking at like where that rotation happens, it's here. This is where it's built out, breaks out, and then it ultimately breaks down. It slingshots it kind of low. So I think it's a really simple read here. I don't feel like it's very complicated at all. Pretty straightforward. So I don't really care. I guess either one's fine. Somewhere in that pocket. So it might be better to say 8 to 820s instead of 820s to 830s. I don't know. We're not exactly doing calculus here. We need to just kind of keep it simple. Let it be what it will be. So your bears right now are going to be looking at a head fake and then a drop that continues low. So that's going to be like the bearish outlook right now, is to head fake up here high and drop all the way below this creek and keep going. And I don't disagree. I mean, like, to me, like if something like that happened, that would definitely be bearish in nature. To drop back below this white line that you see would be a bearish thing to have happen. I had looked for that change of character last week. I felt like it happened. Then I looked for Friday, compressions to end. Didn't really happen. There was some weird influx of volume, but then when you measure the waves, it's like, meh, we kind of already, you know, we did the work, but there wasn't really any indication anything was wrong. It just looked like it just was waving still. Like it just had that simple 1, 2, 3 down. So it is what it is. Maybe just a mistiming on my part, off by a few hours. Remember we did this earlier? We looked at these waveforms up. Look at where we are now on these. Y'all are like, I can't, Booksy. Your chart's a hot mess. Well, AMC's a hot mess, so you have to forgive the chart. I think this should be like here. There. It's better. Yeah, we were looking at these waves earlier, not this S curve. I'm going to get rid of the moving average. It's not helpful right now. So we look at this wave earlier, the S curve. We were talking about these, and this is like a break 1, break 2, and then it pushed low, and then it tried again. So I think I doodled it earlier and then just deleted it because it was pointing more downward. But just for continuity's sake, let's just doodle it one more time. unless I can't find the paintbrush tool. There we go. Typical Booksy. Charts for years of his life and still can't find the tools that he uses every day. Yup. Yeah, so that's the wave. So this definitely waved higher, which is a good sign. It's almost back to the previous wave. So it crossed up. Again, it's like, I could make this stuff kind of complicated with like all the different weird iteration talk, and we could look at everything under the sun. But if you like waveform analysis, just keep it simple. Like look at where are the supports and resistances on those waves? Where is the trajectory? What's that cross look like between the waves? And if you successfully turn around, you're going to see it break the other way. Like in theory, if this were to continue to go down, we would have expected it to continue down here, like right here. Like that would have been the cat ear, because you'd be coming backwards to like this wave, for example, or this wave, for example. This is pretty straightforward, right? Like you're going to wave backwards and backwards and backwards until you find what you need. It's just a simple way of interpreting waves. You don't have to like do physics or anything. You just kind of watch it. But instead of doing that, what happened is that you got a change of direction, and the waves went the opposite way. So these are your waves to the upside. I'm like highlighting them right now so you can see it better. And you can see like that is a big deal, as it changed direction. Doesn't mean it's going to hold forever. It just means that instead of going like in that kind of same iterative function down, which is, by the way, all we've been doing on the big picture, we've been doing this, right? Now we're seeing a build out on the small scale that's starting to do something that's a little different. So we're doing the exact same thing on the big picture, y'all. And that's the question of, well, do you continue to drop or this or that or the other? We're doing that here. We're doing those low waves, or we have been. And the upward waves, which is kind of like what I'm drawing here on the micro, they've been holding us down. So when you go zoom out on the big picture, it's the exact same thing, principle-wise. So if you're just wondering, like, well, how do I do that on, depending on the scale or whatever, it's the same thing. It's just another way of interpreting that same information, Like, oh, we're going to come down here. Well, we did. We already did that check. You know what I mean? There's other checks that we didn't do. But that's the thing, is like we're at a point now where we could have had that nasty drop. Like we're kind of developing outward these iterations that are getting steeper and steeper and steeper. And then this is the time where things kind of changed. That's what I was saying. Kind of pushes out farther, more to the side. That's typical of your ear. And then you might expect it to try to drop again if it doesn't succeed in going up. But if it does succeed in going up, all of a sudden, these guys that are facing upward look mighty attractive to us, as targets. And that's where the breakouts come in, because that's where they are. They're way up here. So this first target that we got is not just me like picking out random S-curve targets. It's also a waveform target. Like the reason that works so well is because it's built into this, that this is a potential 50-50 move up to the next. So it moves halfway, consolidates, and then it would move another halfway. And that gets you back to this wave, back to the upside. So it's really coherent when you start thinking about it in terms of waves, and it doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to really be anything else. Although I think that everything else really adds to the data. It'd be hard maybe to just do waves by themselves only, but I guess it's probably possible. This is how I would have done it. It's just like, okay, it's breaking back up right here. That's the breakout. So there's a buy-in opportunity for a run up to the next wave. And that's what happened. So the buy up happened. It ran up to the next wave. Didn't quite make it there. We got pretty close. But that's when you could use something like an S-curve target. It's a pretty clean chart overall. And it's kind of exciting to see that, and then remember, like, oh yeah, we also talk about these M crosses, and like that's where things to me get maybe a little too convoluted. I get really excited, but then I try to do it and I get really annoyed because I'm like, oh yeah, this is not easy to do, and I forget like every time. I'm like, oh yeah, and then this should also be true, and it is true, but it's hard to do. And that is this concept of that wave cross is the same as this concept of jumping creeks with the M's. So each of these now becomes like an M shape that you can jump, which is part of the presumption of these levels, is that you're going to see how it like alley-ooped back above this guy. You guys are like, alley-ooped? Yeah. So when it went down here, right, there's a low cross. I'm going to ignore the low cross. It's kind of in this area. There's like a little low M shape right here. That's the low cross. I'm going to ignore that for a second. That's the smallest one. Well, when it came back up, notice that it like alley-ooped back onto that trend support that we had over here. So from an iteration standpoint, that should tell us that the next time it does an alley-oop like that, you should head up to the next wave. That would be up here. So I'm saying a lot of the same things. I know you guys are kind of like bored or annoyed maybe with me saying the same things over and over. I'm just trying to show you like it works when you've got the structure down right. It should work really well. Like it should have a really simple build out that makes perfect sense. If for some reason you start doing it and it's like, well, none of this makes any sense when you start building it out, you probably didn't necessarily do it right. And I've been there, like where I'm like working on a chart and I'm like, yeah, this isn't really working. I don't think I did it right. So this could be an indication again of like where you might expect to see supports. If this breaks below it and it doesn't find support there, again, just another way of understanding it would be, well, what did it do? Maybe it used that second top here as the support that it needed to be found. In which case, you could go backwards and say, well, where's the second top here? 1, 2, so it's like right there at 514. So that would imply that like this could have particularly deep retracements if this first retracement's really low. If this comes back to 503 or something, you might expect that the next retracement, it may push all the way to, just being dead serious here, you could push all the way to 544 and then end up coming all the way back down to near 517. And it's not just because that's the top, it's also like that's where maybe even lower, like 515, 414. If those iterations are making 618 retracements, that probably makes sense to some degree. So layup, 618, layup, 618. I don't know if that's actually a 618. Want to test it? Yeah, it's a 618. Voila! Your algorithm is designed to give you creeks that are pointing to targets high that then retrace to 618, targets low. It's pretty clean. None of that's a guarantee of a move in the market. It's just a matter of math. I don't think any of that means that it has to do that. So if you guys are wondering like, oh, so you're saying it has to do this in order to, no. It's not, I don't think it's determinism in that way. I think there's probably a healthier way to look at it, which is that those are natural retracement levels, and currently the structure is built to get you back there if you do break out and hit this target. So it's a cross section here of high low, high low. Makes sense. No. Sure doesn't, Booksy. Well, we also have a little bit of speculation here because we're not positive. Like, I'm not 1,000% sure about any of these levels that I've picked that they're perfect. Like, I can draw this a number of ways, this angle, and I could be correct 5 times and then be wrong once, and that could really skew like the math for the rest of it. So that's why maybe at this point it's not really worth going too crazy over it. I think it's just a bit of a headache to do that. I tend to like kind of like the middle, so I'm picking between the middle here, so I'm shooting between the ears. GME is getting its drop, so that's actually fine. I think it was necessary. I would have been very, very surprised if we had broken out here without any resistance. So I don't want to be negative about it, but it just felt like there wasn't really any precedent to kind of advance just yet. So this to me looked like a top, and it looked like you needed to have that wave down. So where's that going to go? So they checked that dip. I guess they liked it. They found sellers down there. So they brought it back up, advanced to the top, and then they started another sell down. So they're seeing if people like are weak. Basically, they're seeing if people are paper handing underneath that value. And if they're finding that people are, and they want to keep advancing, they may go ahead and take a detour back to lows to see if they can get some of those weaker hands out of the play. So how does that play into everything else we're looking at? That's a good question. I suppose at this point, both of these having a retracement respectively would be positive, potentially. I think for GME, it's not necessarily that it has to come as low as I said, but this did make sense to me if it did come back low, maybe to 2077. The other value was not nearly that low. It might even be low enough now, but I would say 2130. So this looks like a widening here on RSI to the downside, whereas on the top we were widening going upward. I mentioned earlier in the stream that had the appearance of that flat cat ear, which is often like the second ear, and not often an S-curve, though it does happen, but it usually doesn't happen without a pullback. I don't know. Yeah, I'm inclined to think the low would be 2070, and then maybe more like conservative target, probably like 2109 again, 2110. This kind of stink if it came down this low for a long time. I would hope it'd be faster. It could be faster. I don't know why I'm being so like pessimistic about it, because like this came down pretty quick. This came down pretty quick. I'm just thinking like if they're backing up, they may drop this high liquidity shelf at 2177 and return to it pretty fast. And on it, I think this is your break. So if you break out here, it should come right back up to this yellow line, which you can probably barely see on my chart. I kept it light for a reason because it's just a local trend. But I'll make it a little bit thicker here. Yeah, I would think that would be in play almost immediately if you did come low. So maybe 2120, and then we could see a pretty fast rebound potentially if it's bullish. It's probably a more sophisticated way to find that target than just eyeballing it. M1, M2. That's saying maybe it's already like low enough. Yeah, there is one right there. There's another one like way lower. these crosses aren't particularly low. That's kind of what I'm looking at. It's like, this is the one that's like way lower here. Yeah, it looks like 2110, 2115. I think that's probably it. This is like a halfway point on the move. They're just using it as a midway line. See that? So probably we're going to see it chop. I say probably because I'm not 1000% sure of anything in the market ever. But it looks very probable that it chops here and then drops again to 2115. That would make a lot of sense to me. So absolute best case scenario, 73 degrees, is that we just exit at the same trajectory that we enter, and we don't actually spend a lot of time down here. It's never really possible to be 100% on these kinds of things because you could spend half a day and still exit with the same trajectory, but it just takes time. So I think there will be an attempt made to try to get down to 2114. The only major stopping point is right now at 2160, which is a support. This is all distribution above here. I'm going to widen this out a bit. They pushed it up. Yeah, so maybe 2160 or 2109 again. I already have 2109 on the chart, so I'm just going to bring it back over. And then I'll put 2160 up here. I suspect they're going to go to 2109 because of the bigger move here. It doesn't really make sense to not go back down there. Like, go ahead and go back down and get it, get the liquidity, get done, get it oversold again, whatever you got to do. Then attack this creek again. You also have to remember that this doesn't go well for bears if we come back up and break back above 22. So if we were to come low as the crow flies with the current timing, if it goes from where we are now at 2170 to 2109, and then we were to return back, find support at 2160, break out, and go back to 22, and frankly, go back just even to the hook value here, 2248. That's above. Yeah, it could be a resistance point, but if everything's reset in this sell down, a re-advancement here, whether it happens now at 2160 or later at 2109, re-advancement now takes you back above this creek. That is not a... like, I would be very deflated if we made that jump and nothing exciting happened, but it would be very odd for that to happen. That would be like a major, major downtrend breaking and nothing happening. You know, that's what that is. So this is a big deal. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I know there's a frustration here inherent into these kinds of moves where you're like, well, you don't know if it's going to take a day or half a day or whatever. You can't tell me what's what. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, this is a really significant level at 2170. You can see when we dropped through the floor, this was the place we hooked. If you find support here, whether you go back low or not, and you break out, you should be back above the floor. That's essentially like confirming a spring, possibly. right? You don't want to head fake through it, but if you can at least get back above there, that's a big deal breakout, y'all. Like I cannot stress this enough. This is an important junction. It's just as important as the first junction we hit on the 7th of Wednesday, August 7th, when we were down at 2136. That was a three-way intersection, four if you count the horizontal, of those creeks. So for us to be at the next one already is a good thing. So a few days later, we're already at the next intersection. We're trying to advance. Pull back and a jump now, we're above it. There are no more downward creeks in that regard, and I would be super stoked and not at all surprised if we then ran up to like 36 pretty hastily. You've been saying the exact same thing every week. I know about your private Discord with the other YouTubers. I hope y'all are not selling calls for your family's sake. What are you talking about? Well, first of all, Future Whale 747, you sound like you're trolling. I'll bite a little bit for you. First, I have a private Discord that's small Discord group. There are no other YouTubers on there. In that private Discord that you're saying. Second, I don't have any other Discord groups that I'm in right now. There was one other one that I was in with Stockfather and another one that was for ATER a while back. I might still be in that one, but I don't usually check it. Yeah. So, yeah, there is no other. And then I'm in a Kung Fu one. I mean, it's not complicated. I don't even really have to like show you. I can just show you. Here you go. You're a liar. Gasp. There's no YouTube. There's no YouTube or Discord here. The guy on the internet is lying, making stuff up. Oh my gosh. Brooksy, stop acknowledging the trolls. Why can't we just talk stocks? WTF? Because it's fun. I don't know. That's so funny. The Kung Fu one? Yeah. Yeah, let me tell you, there's a lot of stock traders in there. Let me tell you, a lot of YouTubers. What the heck does for your family's sake mean? That sounds like a threat, dude. All right, I'm just going to cut him out. See ya. That to me, it sounds like a threatening thing. I don't know how to delete him. It's the Kung Fu thing that I go to, so they have a Discord just to share news when they need to. I don't really use their Discord at all. They do have videos sometimes. They do have, I hit them on the channel. They do have videos they'll put out, but I don't really use them very much. So I'd use them sometimes when I'm not at class, if I need to see something and check something. Kung Fu is like really specific, so. Anyways, that was a fun little aside, right? Like, no, Booksy. Just don't engage. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I'll read a comment and I won't say anything. But you guys don't know that because I don't say anything. I just read it and then move on. If I see a comment that looks like it's trolling and I read it and I'm like, meh, I just won't engage. That was funny. Is there some kind of a YouTuber, like, secret YouTuber Discord that I don't know about? And if so, they clearly haven't invited me. Nobody. I wouldn't join anyways. Why? Because you're too cool for school, Booksy? Hipster? No. No. Because I've already made the rounds with those folks, you know? People already know where I stand on things, and at this point, like, very few people actually want to listen to one another, so it's not really worth it. I don't really have any desire to be in there with a bunch of people yelling at each other about fractals and stuff. Let them fight. Ken Watanabe. Let them fight. That's me. I'm just sitting on the sidelines like, let them do their thing. They can fight if they want. That's just so funny. And yeah, I've been saying the same thing every week. I think that was a valid point. You have to make sure that oh, it's the same guy that said I was a full-time bull. Yeah, that's not true. But yeah, you just have to make sure that when you're saying stuff over and over, you're saying it for the right reasons. He's not wrong. I mean, when you look at the big picture, what have I been saying for the last month and a half? It's pretty much been the same thing over and over again. But that's because, quite literally, we're doing the same thing over and over again. So it's more about mistiming than it is misreading the chart at that point, which maybe you could say is both. But this motion right here is the same thing over and over. So it's like, I don't know. If there's people out there that are being bullish, they're probably going to keep being bullish after this move here. Like, there's just nothing else to... You could flip-flop, I guess, here and there, you know, on these up thrusts, which I've done a couple times just to say I think it's going back down. But, and like right now is one of those times where we could see downside. You know, if this slides back through, it's not good for us. I mean, it's essentially like a giant double top. So that's what I was saying earlier. Like, I'm not going to sit here and like celebrate I'm not going to sit here and celebrate this move yet because we're not done. So about 20, 30 minutes ago, we had like 200 viewers, and I said that I'm not going to be jumping up and down for joy on this move because I think there's more to be done. And the same still is true. Like, I cannot stress enough how important it is to not just make an advancement, but then also find support. You can't just break resistance and then slide back through supports. That's the opposite of bullish. That's bearish price action. So that's usually like, again, a head fake. So any kind of shakeout we experience here is fine as long as we maintain certain levels. But if this starts sliding back down, like, it could get bloody, you know. And I left these on the chart because, yeah, I mean, if that's a head fake, guys, this is not good, you know. This would be a big slide backwards, potentially, to come lower. And I can't give you a perfect reason why that would need to happen or whatever, but it just means that their operators aren't ready to go and they're going to delay longer, do something else. What about all this other stuff we've been talking about, you know? That's my bigger fear. It's not so much about this going down. I mean, that could happen. It's more about the, like, if it happens, it happens, right? It's more about the nature of it, I suppose. The word iteration sounds fancy. If you look up fractals, you'll see that that's basically the definition of them, is that they are iterations of themselves. So It's like looking at a really complicated snowflake, and then you zoom in and you realize all the crystals are made of the same shape as the bigger shape. It's fascinating. You see this as well sometimes with like rock formations and stuff, crystalline shapes. Really interesting, right? And in mathematics, it means the same thing. So if you look at pattern analysis, it's not copy paste like butt to butt. It's really that formation is within itself. And I've shown the cat ears like billions of times. Again, those are the things I say every week. They're the same thing every week, right? So no doubt, like that's a levied criticism, because when you're iterating, that's what you see happening, is like that layered approach. So what happens at the end, that's the thing that I'm trying to emphasize right now. That's the thing that you don't really want to see like, if this iterates the opposite way as expected, then it would be very bad. You know what I mean? So if the iteration ends not just with a sell down, but with like a compression sell down where it's going to continue to iterate down as it works out, that would be bad, you know? You'd be talking about basically that same move, but to the downside, which probably is like $3. So it's really important to not get too excited too fast and just wait. You know, wait for that confirmation. We're almost there. This is a big deal for me because I think we had a change of character with this higher push. And then I think we've done it again. And we're starting to try to advance on these creeks. But we've only jumped one. You know, we've got 2, 3 additional ones to go. And we've got lots to go. So they're just going to keep going if it's bullish. But right now it's just like 1, 2, 3 major push-ups with heavy volume that are not necessarily holding, and we need them to hold. So I'm trying to stress that because I'm bullish on that movement that we just made. I am, but I'm also hesitant because if it drops through here and starts losing traction, that head fake could be bad news for us. Bad news. To finish one of these and then dump the rest would be really cruddy. Maybe it could even be worse than that. Could even be like you think it's going to dump and then it just pockets them and uses like a big widening at the end and just exits all their shares and then decides later what to do. I mean, I don't know. I've not really seen that happen for a while, but I guess it's possible. I don't like the could be down, could be up stuff either. I think that it's just a matter of calling out the levels. So that's another thing that people hear is I'll say like, well, it could go up, could go down. They'll be like, so you don't know anything really. Well, that's not really fair. I mean, I'm giving you guys really concrete targets in an otherwise very open sea of no man's land. And I'm also doing a lot of extra work to make sure I'm trying to get the timing as close as possible. But I can't control whether or not we get support or if we hit resistance. Like, things have to happen in order to move. So that's the confirmation of the market. That's where people get frustrated with TA folks because they're like, well, you don't really know then. Well, I mean, I can interpret it. I can give you my best estimation based on all the indicators that we have. Things like that, what the price action and the volume is doing. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm saying that the way the volume is a lot of it's in the tops. There's a lot of volume here in this bottom, which is positive. It looks red, but it's actually high volume right here in this bottom, which is positive. But all 3 of these peaks, these up thrusts, have high volume. So I don't want to get ahead of ourselves and say that that's somehow like great. Well, it's only good if this holds. Like if it jumps the creek with high volume, so what? It still has to hold. Then you want a low volume sell down and then a bigger buy-in, and you really want that smart money to come in. And we haven't seen that yet. Zoom out, you'll see what I mean. This is very low volume compared to where we've been in the last 5 or 6 months, this is very low. So do not underestimate the operator's ability to screw with your head. On the whole, this is still more bullish than bearish. I'm reading through you guys talking. That's my argument as well, but that's because on the whole, the price action has been pretty solidly accumulative looking, with these kind of lower pushes getting bought up really fast, you know. But the bears always have something in mind, you know. There's some goal. If they didn't have that in mind, if there was no bait, you couldn't hook them, you know. You have to bait out everybody in the market. So the concept of TA is one of interpretation and calculation and all that jazz, but there's also kind of a game of poker going on as well. And I don't like to present it like that, because then people think that you're just like, you're trying to read people's minds, or you know, you're acting like some kind of savant, and you're like sitting there like, oh, I'm so good at reading this data and blah, 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 you know. And I'm not a poker player, like, per se, but there is a lot of that going on. It's not it really should be obvious to most that you can't bait an outcome if the player doesn't expect an outcome. So if there's no expectation, there's no bait. So you have to make sure that this could be potential bait for bulls, right? This could be potential bait for bears. And I think what I've been saying as a trend here seems to be true, which is that this tends to be the case that they've been pressing it down into this corner, trying to drive it back below this particular trend, I think, in order to get it like into a pinch point where they can then dump beneath the floor. Because bears have been largely unsuccessful. I mean, they have been up and ever since here, and this took a lot of volume, by the way. Ever since May, bears have been largely unsuccessful at dropping it beneath 487. Very unsuccessful, I would say. Like the same amount as bulls have been unsuccessful at getting it back over 550, right? So it's never one-sided. It's never just like, well, this is just bullish all the time until it isn't. No, it's not. That's not really the way to look at the market, a good way to look at the market. Or this is just bearish all the time until it isn't. Well, lately, yeah, because of the longer-term downtrend. But it's going to change eventually. Probably. And it has changed before, you know. It's better to just kind of look at this, and when you're in a range, as a sort of a tug of war, but more of just, hey, what's the end goal for one side? What's the end goal for the other? Because that's the bait, right? You don't have bait without TA. So the fact that there's a possibility of a breakdown here that could lead down to like 440s or something like that, or even just a little higher at like 480s, that's bearish bait. Like, it's there. You can't pretend like it's not there. It's definitely there. That's a target. The breakout that we were talking about up to 540 and then 570, that's there. Do they sound like they're pretty equidistant apart? Yeah, but that's because we're in a particular place in this chart. We're not on the top, we're not on the bottom, we're in the middle. So naturally, the two targets are top and bottom when you're in the middle. If we were up here at the top and we start breaking down, we then look at the bottom, right? If we're at the bottom, we start breaking out, we then look at the top. That's usually the way it goes. So people trade like top to bottom, top to bottom, top to bottom, but then once it's in the middle, you basically get like a fillet, right? Where it's like split of price action targets where suddenly like the bear targets look really convenient, the bull targets look really convenient. There's definitely good math on both sides, and you have to have that, and that's why institutions like to run it from the middle, because retail doesn't know what the heck to do. They love that. Almost every range you see has some kind of return back to center before it runs. And that's an institutional trademark, TM. If you want to know if an institution is controlling your stock, if you see any kind of big volume moves from the center, that's a institution. That's not a retail trader. And it makes sense to me. It's way easier to read a range as tops and bottoms. And you really, when you get to the center, it's hard to know if it's going to go back up or continue down. It does both sometimes. Sometimes it retraces back to the top. Sometimes it goes all the way down, vice versa. Reading through your guys' stuff. Well, yeah, there are plenty of lines that go unfulfilled. It happens. Like, there's going to be... I mean, it's always going to be based on whatever your tendency to trade. I mean, if you're bullish, you're going to look at bearish lines and say those are not true or whatever. Like, this is a more of a bearish trend here, but we advanced and we've held above it. If we broke below that, it'd be bad, right? But there's another line early on that we made. There's a couple that we made that never went fulfilled. So one was a really early, this is a really early waveform cross. So this would have been in the case of a very steep S-curve. And this would have driven you down to like $2 or something. Like, this is one. This is not a make-believe line to me. Like, this is a real line. Because if you were to have a full 50-50, if the volume came in, you could definitely, but it didn't happen, right? We found the bottom and we returned back up. This undid that. It's when all of a sudden you can no longer look at it as it's going to continue down. Instead, it's forming a range. But it wasn't until like a critical moment of returning back above the bottom, right? The floor here at roughly 430 or whatever it was, that you could have made that assessment. And you could say, like, well, I don't agree that was ever a good line or something, but I don't think so. I think it was a good line. I would say, like, this is just as good as any other, like, S-curve like this, you know? I mean, you have to put things into perspective. Yes, there's obviously going to be times where maybe the context of, like, size matters, like, in terms of scaling. Or maybe in the scheme of things, maybe that doesn't make sense for the scaling to go all the way back down there right then. I didn't really think it made a lot of sense to do that slide either. I stayed pretty bullish in this area. I felt like we were going to bottom higher, but even in that, the rebound, like, for example, wasn't as high, you know? Like, there's things like that I use temporarily, and once they're done, I just don't use them anymore. There's other lines that have existed that never went away. Like, this is one right here. This is one I've been thinking about a lot lately because I think it could get you down to like that $3 area. And this is one that I think is a continuation marker, you know. And if you look at this as sort of a spread, it's very easy to see how this is like, this early spread was abandoned and went sideways. You could gravitate towards, guys, it's like clear as day here. I mean, what are the two targets that we have? Like $12 and $3. What are the two outward trend lines intersecting here at the same time in August 19th? $12 and $3. Do you see how, like, as we've moved on, those have expanded? Remember back here, I was talking about like 380, stuff like that, like back down in this area. That's because those lines persisted. They didn't just go away. They just kept persisting. But there's other ones that I say they're good, but they don't always fulfill, like that straight down one, or sometimes like a wave up. Like there was another wave up here. This could have been a reversal right here. Had it broken above 550, I think you would have went all the way back up to the top, made it more of a triple top. But a lot of it has to do with how low it came. It made a new low here. So, you know, interpretation mattered. But yeah, I think there's plenty of lines that go unfulfilled, trajectories and such. This is funny to me now that I'm looking at it, these two original lines and how there's a very clear that was really funny. There's a really clear and evident it's like perfect. It doesn't make any sense because we're not widening, but I like that we're going down. I like that we're going away from 12. I find that to be very reassuring. Y'all are like, what? No, I genuinely do. I think that's good. I would rather be going away from it, like bouncing, than going up towards it, like shooting up. I think that would be really bad. So yeah, this looks positive to me. That's all I'm saying. Booksy crazy. Yeah, isn't that funny though? Look at that widening right there. And that measures out to, I don't know if I would have gotten this before, by the way, y'all. But that measures out to, if you're wondering, like, why didn't you have this earlier? This isn't what I would have been looking for, but isn't that cool? Oh, that's cute, Bucksy. You got a little widening there. That is pretty cool. No, I say cute. Oh. I don't know about the cute, but yeah, that's Friday the 16th. Dun dun dun. Avila's like, no, not Friday the 16th. You mean this Friday? Yeah, I mean, that's where they are. If you look at the gap fill and you look at that upper target at 12, there's a very clear widening intersection here and here from those early days. That's funny. I think it's brilliant. I don't know, man. I love that kind of stuff. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't be doing this for hours and hours on every day. Just to some degree. I would think that'd be really annoying. So, yeah, isn't that wild though? I think that's crazy, dude. Well, look at it. I mean, I'm not 1,000% sure, but if you look at the first widening motion we made on the way in, it's not a question. It's just lines. Those are just the trends up and the trend down. It just so happens that they intersect the gap fill and that $12 target at the same time. I don't know what that means exactly. Maybe it's some kind of again, like you're pushing away from whatever trend was being competed. So like the competition was evident early on. Bulls wanted to go up here, right? Bears wanted to go down here. Done. Or vice versa. Maybe bears wanted to take it up to sell it down more, you know? So these are lines that are largely been abandoned, but we may very well see them this week. We haven't touched any of these since May, I guess. May and early June. I don't know. It's kind of fun. The iteration stuff, in my opinion, ended last Friday. I mean, I think it was over. I think they just delayed it a little bit so they could have the pushes on Monday where everybody's watching it. Yeah, some lines do persist forever. I'll delete some over time that just don't matter, but like local stuff may not matter forever. But there's a lot of markups on the chart from way back, like the very beginning of these moves, especially up in June. If you look at a lot of those early ones from June, July, and August, a lot of those in that very first setup at the distribution are still being respected as center lines and things like that for the major waveform down. They just don't go away. And it makes sense scaling wise that there would be some macro lines that just never go away. Like they're just persistent. I think a lot of the steeper lines that we have, we need to just be careful not to oversell them. That's one of the things I'm trying to do better at. So if you're like just sort of levying criticism about that, I think that these type of moves early on are really attractive. And the idea of, like, for example, right here, I remember thinking like if this looked like March, then you might expect to see this obviously came too high. Like, and I mentioned that when it happened, when it went up to like 1170 or whatever, and I was like, this crap went too far. It didn't make the downward move first, it made the upward move. That was a really horrible time because I remember feeling that was when I was like disconnected from my Discord group, but that was when I was like, this sucks, you know, because this is not doing what you want it to do. But I thought originally it was going to come down first into like a spring motion, perhaps, and it ended up going up higher. And instead of doing that or even doing an LPS here, it just distributed. But this would have been a line that I would have used. So if you'd looked at like a really old chart before it made that up thrust here at around 11, I thought it was like 1170 or something, but maybe it wasn't that high. I don't know. Somewhere around that point. Yeah, it was the 1170. No, it was 1080. It doesn't matter. It's a long time ago now. Point is, that would have been one that I thought, hey, if we went up here and instead of doing that, we like started iterating down, I might have seen us doing like a March move, right? And then coming up to like $14 to $16 was what I was expecting. And that's what I talked about back then, was like we should hit something like that and then maybe come back down. Instead, really happened fast. You just basically went higher than the top of the range and then drop back through and never recover. And it looks a lot more like that breakdown we had in, I think it was December of 2021. Those setups really hard to interpret till you get there because it could go either way when you get to this top. Unfortunately, this one went south, and there was the dilution, which everybody knows about. But I think they knew the dilution was coming, so they pushed it high to sell through. Anyways, point being, it really stunk, and this is one of those lines that just I don't really think it's ever going to come back into play. And even if it did, I'd be very surprised to use it. However, the tops I would use, like those ones from over here, these I think are still at play, because this represents like a trend that's a resistance trend, right? The imaginary resistance going up. It's not imaginary though. But an actual like support and resistance right here that was abandoned really early on. Began in August, hit it in October, hit it again in November, and it hasn't been tested since. I think that roughly intersects with the area that we're looking at presently. So I think that line is still relevant, you know. That's my opinion about it, you know, and sometimes I'll look at a line and I'll be like, I don't need it, and I'll delete it, and then I'll just go right back to being like, why did I delete that line? I don't know why I did that. That was dumb. I try to keep my charts believe it or not, I try to keep them pretty clean. So I do spend some time cleaning them up every Monday or Tuesday. I try to clean it up a little bit. Like this one's a really clean chart, actually. There's not that much on here. Mostly just notes and fib level stuff. That's why it looks kind of cluttered. So I think when talking about concepts, it's usually easier just to show that one concept by itself. And that's what makes charting publicly, I guess, kind of difficult, because this looks ugly. Well, it is where it is. I don't like this RSI move, but on the 15-minute. Ugh. But let's see what happens. But sometimes it's just easier. If you're going to show like cat ears, just clean it up, show the cat ears. If you're going to show waves, just clean it up, show the waves. And that's usually pretty helpful. All right. Well, in terms of retracements, and creek wise, I think this has already come pretty low, and it's back to the white creek, which is debatably just a trend. So I was trying to remember what this was earlier, and I didn't put my finger on it, but I think it's the main trend. It's purposefully not on all these tops, because I think what they're doing is checking it. We're not breaking it yet. And the breakdown specifically here on August the 1st, and then that peak, that last peak here, I think those are really critical. So this is just a parallel, and you could do it however you want to do it, but this is just a parallel line to that. So it's essentially like a flag motion. If you zoom out, you can see the flag here. And it's a pretty solid flag. It's got at least 4 hits on the top, 3 on the bottom, maybe 4 on the bottom. Pretty solid little flag motion right here. Maybe even a little bit of a widening as well. That's like another one of those things that kind of makes me a little nervous. I don't like the widenings, but yeah, so I think that in order to advance, it needs to jump that and hold it as support. Hopefully that makes sense. It's just a resistance. Well, I think the Friday thing is like anything else. It's probably an indication of sort of a termination of a lot of trajectories. That it would definitely be lost if you just went past it. But these are old ones. So if you're just looking at the targets and you were trying to determine like, well, where do those end? They end nowhere. You know, they could go on forever. This could go all the way down to 0. This could go up to infinity. But if it were not for the target, right? So we know the bottom target's easy. It's the gap, like 290s, super simple. And we just happen to find that the mirror target is that 12 or 1196 area that we found with other means. I mean, there was a lot of reasons for it. But even if you were just like looking at levels of support and resistance, that one would make sense. You know, it's really close to the previous peak. I think there was a lot of chance here that this was, I don't think it was on the top, but it was like right above it, and then I think below that bottom. So I have a little blue area too. I want to say back here it mattered. But yeah, a little bit more. It was the whip around. So I think this is kind of like the main, 1196 is maybe a better way to look at it would be like the main sell down level. And as you approach it, you're going to try to sell. But we have not been above it since, in regular trading hours, since September of last year. Maybe another reason why some people might say that this is like a perfect, this has to be some kind of perfect wraparound or something. And to that end, I would just argue that like, well, it's true, like it reached this level around September, but it was actually here on August 28th. So it's a full year. We started this move down on August 14th. Huh. Huh. That's odd. Oh, man. A yearly cycle. Great. Great. Wonderful. Now we've got to like more stuff I have to look at, right? I don't have to look at it, but let's see what we can find. Here, let me get this thing framed right. Yearly cycle. Ah. Can't see what I'm doing here. Hold on a second. Trying to move this chart, but it's not grabbing it. So I'm trying to make it bigger so I can make sure it grabs it, but it's not grabbing it. I think it froze. Yeah, it's August 11th is the last day, and then the 14th it opened. It was like a weekend or something. Today is exactly one day due to leap year. That's fun. I don't know what's on this chart, but I'm gonna get rid of it so I can try this. I got a lot of fun stuff there, I'm sure. I'm trying to get back to. I got a lot of stuff on this chart. This is a messy chart. Goodness gracious. I didn't group anything here. These are not synced. Wait, no! This is still messy. I'm doing something, hold on. I wonder if that rotation matters. Maybe not. I am making an effort here to try to clean this up. There we go. All right, before I go to that chart, I'm gonna look at this one closer. I keep adding stuff. That's probably why this is going crazy. Did we just bounce from the 503? Maybe. I should have framed this first, and then I added another chart onto my screen, and it messed up. Yeah, it looks like it, but I don't know. This is an ugly looking move, so it doesn't really look very good to me. And it's back below that trend again, so is it an M cross? Maybe. I mean, it's not all bad. It's just it needs to maintain support and work its way back out here. And I don't want it to hook underneath 513 again. So really want it to get above 513. I know, just adding more stuff, but if it's going to come back up, that's the level it needs to jump. All right, now that I've got that set up, we can piddle around over here. Come on, chart. I was trying to do a good job of framing it so that you guys could still see it on the screen. So we're at 505. GME's come down to 2165, still chopping in that midway zone. Now, I suppose if I were to look at this and say that I think this is only like halfway there, I might have to make an adjustment to AMC and see like what's the halfway point there. I don't really have that. I bet it's like that same value. It's like 491. It's the same number that I had on the chart earlier. Oh man. Well, here we go. We'll find out pretty soon, anyways. Right? If we end up at 491, I don't know, man. It's just so dead. So tired. I think I'll just take a break or something this afternoon. I need to go work out the Dojang. I have a deal with I'd clean the school every now and then in exchange for, it's like trading work. I clean it and I do stuff sometimes for the school, like repair wise and other things. In exchange, in part for my time, I get discounts galore, which is nice. So it's helped to pay for me and my son to do it for years now, which is great. And I got a really awesome, and I got a key so I can go do whenever I want, which is kind of cool. So I actually do a lot of my training on my own nowadays, which is always fun. All right, so we're gonna scale this, but I need to do it. I haven't cleaned this month, and it's been a couple weeks, so it's gonna be gross. It's never like that bad. Never like horrible. The bad part about it is if there's any kids in there at any point over the last couple weeks, which there have been, especially in the back areas of the school, they like hide underneath tables and eat stuff. They're like giant. I'm not like anti-kid or something, but like they're definitely messy, and they make messes in weird places. So that's the hard part. I'll find like bugs or ants in like weird spots because some kid decided to eat a bunch of goldfish somehow underneath the couch, and I'm like, how did you even get under there? I don't know how the kid did that, but he did it. Like, what happened? You know what I mean? So that's the kind of stuff I'm up against. You know, martial arts kind of stuff. Cleaning and kicking. It is kind of a joke, I guess, in the martial arts community because of probably because of like Karate Kid and stuff. People associate it with like cleaning, wax on, wax off kind of thing. But there is a truth to that that's kind of inherent in martial arts, which is that martial arts tends to be you do what you do because it's what you know. So like martial arts is tied to your profession. And so a lot of times, at least especially in China, your martial art was whatever you do. If you were a fisherman, you worked on a boat, you had long oars that you were pushing or long sticks that you're pushing to guide the boat. You were proficient with a bow staff, right? Or like whatever. You would be good with a like long range staff because if you had to fight for whatever reason, that's what your training is in. So you just do what you know. Like you build muscles and muscle memory every day of your life. And so your profession became your kung fu. And a lot of martial arts was built on that necessity of like, well, we fight this way because we're trying to fight this particular kind of opponent, you know, and you just do what you know. If you're a bunch of people that work in a field and you're in occupied Korea and the Japanese are watching over you or whatever, they don't want you to learn martial arts, then you use a horse stance and you do a lot of your forms in a straight line through rows of crops or whatever so people can't see you. And it's a little bit mythological sometimes, but a lot of that stuff is pretty true. Like, there's a lot of reasons why people use the stances that they use because a lot of these countries are predominantly fishing agricultural communities. So fishing, you're on a boat. The stances that you would use to balance on a boat with like a pole arm, for example, you know, they're island nations of Japan and stuff like that. So you look at that history of like, you kind of do what you know, and then especially with a lot of the forms and stuff that they do. It just comes from like what they do every day. So it's kind of interesting because like I always think about like, like, oh, Miyagi-Do, wax on, wax off. It's such a, classic. But it is true to some degree. I mean, that those motions are true. I mean, those are like your outer and inner blocks and stuff like that. They don't use as many sweeping motions in all of the arts as you see in that movie. Those are very circular motions, which is specific to different kinds of martial arts, like Tai Chi, not the medicinal Tai Chi that you always see with like old people, but like legit martial art Tai Chi is all rotational motion and weight manipulation and yeah, some of that's a little more like mysticism, if you want to call it that, with a mix of the martial art. But anywho, so how do I measure this? This is a tricky one. How do I measure this? So I do, and then one of our masters says anytime you go into the dojang, you should be training. It doesn't matter what you're doing there. Which I think is a great way to keep something fresh in your mind. Just continue to push no matter what you're doing. So sometimes when I clean, I am thinking about, it's not all the time, but sometimes I'm thinking about like my stances. Why not? If I'm vacuuming for 20 minutes, a huge floor at the dojang, I might as well do it in my back stance or something. Anyone walking by is not going to know what I'm doing. I'm just going to look like I'm stancing with a vacuum, but I know what I'm doing. And just practice. You might as well just do it. You sweep in the front, just sweep in a horse stance. Super simple. I know you guys don't care about that. I care though. I'm trying to train for a test coming up in September. A belt test. I've been a red belt for a really long time, and I could have tested multiple times, but just no scheduling opening for me, and I wasn't in like a super huge rush. I just wanted to make sure I was in shape and everything. But I'm finally trying to do it. I'm working towards it, so there's a lot that goes into that. Like if I were doing it on time, I would be probably testing for my black belt this year, but I'm not doing it on time, so meaning like I would be really close to black belt right now if I just tested as fast as I possibly could. But very few people actually do that. And black belt is really just like halfway there. So you go from red to brown, and then you go to black. And honestly, like I've been doing red belt so long that I probably could just test right through to brown, but they won't let me do that. I have to wait a few months. I think it's like 4 months. So I'll be in good shape if I can test in September to be at least brown by January, and then I could be black by the end of next year. Takes about 10 months. Brown belt's all training for black belt, and then black belt's really where it starts. There's a lot less time to get from white belt to black belt than there is black belt to master. And most organizations are like that unless they're just handing out belts. If they're just like McDojos handing out belts like left and right, then they don't really mean anything. But in our organization, you get to black, and that's kind of where in some ways that's kind of where it starts, because everything that you learn up to black belt is like all your foundational knowledge. And then black belt in our organization is really different in a lot of ways. We switch over from a lot of high-end kind of Taekwondo to more like Hapkido, self-defenses, throws, things like that when you get to black. There's like 30 different Hapkido throws that you learn from black 1 to black 3. We do Shaolin. There's some Shaolin and karate forms in black belt in our organization, and then some unique ones. So there's still more Taekwondo stuff, but it just changes a lot. So you could get to black belt in about 3.5 to 4 years if you were really, really, really wanting to get there. It's hard. It would be hard to do that because you have to make the right number of classes. You have to show that you know everything. You have to test. There's time limits. You can't just test whenever you want. You have to attend a certain amount of sparring lessons and classes. So at fastest, maybe 3.5 years, which may not sound like a lot to a lot of people, but it's a lot of work. Like, at least in our organization, if I went somewhere else, I couldn't tell you. But I know that if someone's a black belt in ours, they've done a lot, because it's a lot. So I'm taking an extra year or so to do it, maybe an extra 2 years to do it, and then it's about at least 15 years, I think, before you could be called a master. 15 years minimum. So that's because it takes, then it's like 1 year for every stripe. And so it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And then you could be a 5th dan. And so you're not going to be a master overnight. It's not possible. And it makes sense. If you look at the criteria in the curriculum, there's a lot that goes into it. So we don't actually have very many masters in our organization. The organization's pretty old. The Grandmaster retired a while back, but the 2 brothers that took it over and made the organizations their own, they're both masters at this point. And then there's only like 3 others. And then everybody else is kind of, I don't even think we have a 4th dan. I think there's only 3rd dans after that, 3 stripes. One of my instructors is 3. One of my other instructors is going to be testing for 2. So, I don't know. My goal is not to just get black belt. It's just to keep going. But I won't be able to be considered a master in our organization till I'm pretty old. Be a much older guy when that happens. My son, on the other hand, he's young enough. He could be a master by the time he's in his, 20s or something. And that kind of, to me, rings true when you look at like Olympic level athletes. Like, it should be that you could get to that point where you're kind of peak in terms of physicality if you're in your 20s and you're like, that's your peak in terms of the organization is concerned. And it's also like peak physicality for a lot of people, like where they're the most healthy they'll be in their life in order to do the stuff that you're required to do. So it makes sense to me that a lot of these Olympic athletes that we're watching are like 18 to 25. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. If they started when they were kids, they could be the best in terms of physicality, like be able to do the most. Like their knees aren't shot, you know what I mean? They don't have back problems. They could be peak physicality at that point and be an Olympian if you really wanted to do it. So I think it makes sense. If it were way longer than that, it would be a little weird. But Kung Fu is really different. Kung Fu starts you at black, and then they go to gold. It's like backwards. I think it goes like black, green, red, gold or something, or black, red. I don't know, something like that. I think red is second to last. But those levels actually seem to be much longer, and they don't really... It's a lot different. They don't really care as much about time as they care about technique. And the criteria for testing is pretty high. So it could take me a really long time based on my pace to ever get very high up with Kung Fu. But I'm okay with that. It's a harder discipline for me. It's a much more challenging discipline than Taekwondo in some ways. It's just very different. The strain on my body is different too, and like recovery is different. It doesn't look like it would hurt, but it hurts. Like really bad. Sometimes. It's bizarre, man. Like in Taekwondo, you use, what is it called? There's like adduction and induction or whatever, and there's like the opposite. The high kicks and stuff use your outer like gluteus medius and your outer thigh. And then in Kung Fu, like you're almost exclusively using like your inner thigh, which is weird to think about. But it really is that. And then a lot of your stances, I know in Olympic Taekwondo, they're always leaning back because they don't want their heads to get hit. But it's actually, in ours, it's like very front stance. It's very forward, offense heavy. And Kung Fu's offense heavy, but it's like back stance. Everything isn't back. Your head's always back so that you could hit your opponent. If you're positioned correctly, you're going to be able to hit your opponent, and they're only going to be able to get to your nose. Like they're not going to be able to hit you, and that's ideal range. And then it's really a mastery of ranges. Taekwondo is an art of kicking, and that's mastering a kicking range, distance. Kung Fu is mastering basically an arm's length distance back to about your elbow. And there's like a perfect distance that you're trying to master. So we call it infighting, right? And that's what, I mean, boxers do the same thing. They have outfighters and infighters, people that like to fight far away, use their jabs, move around the opponent, use the length. And then you have infighters who try to push in and pin a guy into a corner so they can drive in body hits and stuff. It's not one-to-one example, but kind of like your Muhammad Ali versus Mike Tyson. Tyson was a big body shot guy, infighter. He used like a peekaboo style, where he's constantly like tight, like a ball. When he gets in outside of you, you're dead. You know what I mean? And Ali was famous for his really powerful jabs. He's quick on his feet. He could stay and dance around an opponent. Yeah. Rocky Marciano was a little bit of both, but he was like a little more like Tyson. He's one of those guys, he won like every single fight he ever fought. 40 or something fights, wins. Like he was just a brawler. He would just throw more punches than his opponent, stay inside. I don't know if you guys watched any of the Olympics, but that one dude, where was he from? Was he from the Ukraine? He was fun to watch. Gosh, man, that guy exhausted me just watching him. He just threw punches nonstop. Just overwhelming his opponents. He threw like 3 times as many punches as everybody. Just 3 minutes of nonstop punching. Just constantly going towards his opponent. That would be more like Kung Fu in some ways. Like Taekwondo, you would be like spacing, waiting for your moment, your opening. So both are good. And nowadays everybody wants to do jujitsu because they see it on mixed martial arts, MMA, and they're like, oh well, jujitsu is the best thing because 99% of your fights go to the ground and this and that and the other. And it's like, yeah, I get it, I do. If I have a preference, I'd rather not fight on the ground, but you're not going to always be in that situation. But it's also like that's mixed martial arts, and some of that's street fighting as well. And what bothers me about that is there's sort of like an elitism to that mentality that like if I learn how to fight people on the ground, I don't have to do anything else. And I'm like, well, I don't agree with that. Like I took boxing for a year and a half. I took fencing for a year and a half. Like there's a lot of benefit to learning different martial arts forms, and you definitely don't. In my opinion, like you do not want to be just a ground fighter. That's just me. I mean, unless you just plan to tackle everybody that you meet in some kind of a street brawl. I'm not saying like it's not valuable. I think it's valuable, but people have such strong opinions about it. They just want to talk your ear off about how you're wrong. And then the other people are just like, well, I'd just rather have a gun, I'll just put a bullet between his brain. I don't have to kick. I could just shoot. Bullet works close range, long range. And I'm like, look, man, self-defense is self-defense. If you're in a fight and you don't have a gun on you, you're going to do whatever you can to survive. You're going to fight like heck, and you should. Nobody's going to sit here and say that you can like catch bullets with your teeth. You know what I mean? Just because you know Kung Fu or just because you know this or that. But the purpose of martial arts isn't really to just learn how to fight. It's really to learn how to not fight. I mean, it's a lot of it about self-respect and putting yourself in a position where you have the tools to take care of yourself or somebody else in the event that you need it. Where the layman on the street coming at you with a knife or whatever, he's not going to expect you to roundhouse kick him or chop kick him to the face. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be the last thing on his mind that you're just some, you know what I mean? That's the kind of stuff that I'm like, I don't really need to kill somebody. I just want to be able to disable them quickly, end the fight, and then call the police or get away, And I'm not really looking to shoot someone. Personally, because there's going to be a whole lot of red tape no matter what happens. You're going to get in trouble. Someone's going to try to sue somebody nowadays. So like Krav Maga's like that. We do Krav at our school sometimes, and I've gone to a few classes. And it's very like, it sounds like dirty fighting. Some of it does. But a lot of it's just about awareness and making sure you're in the right position and anyways, we can talk about that for days. All right, so Wednesday is the 14th. The breakdown day was kind of on like a Friday to Monday type deal, so I'm just going to default to, before I take my break here for lunch, I know I'm not really doing any TA right now, but the price action has been fairly benign. Like we've sort of working on it still. We haven't really found our footing yet. I'm kind of encouraged to see that GME is trying to push a little lower and AMC is still kind of holding up. It's weak. It doesn't look super strong to me. Could be a midpoint. Could be easily a midpoint where you're going to see a distribution down. It's definitely just barcoding at this point, but it does look like a potential midline. And that would drop you to 491 if it continues down. I would prefer not to, but at this point, I'm just kind of not sure what this is. It's too hard to tell when it does sideways action like that. That's very low. Just venturing a guess, just looks like it's trying to form a range. Like that looks like an auto reaction. I don't know. So if we see an upthrust to like 506 or 505, and then the price starts driving back down, I'd be a little bit nervous that that's a distribution. This is really hard to tell right now. And it already kind of made a hook. Came back up twice and double topped at 505. So anyways, that typically would designate some kind of downward move. $5 is the 854 at this point. So, yep, yep. Yeah, mainly just about getting people to stop. That's correct. And mixed martial arts is great. I really don't have any beef with it at all. And my buddy does a lot of mixed martial arts, and he does Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He's been asking me to go with him, but I got like eyeball problems, so I don't know if I want to do that. It's just another thing. Like can't be in a position where I'm like compromising my vision every other day. I got like retina problems, so I don't want to be thrown around a lot anymore. I'm gonna get there. I'll probably end up breaking my retina off one day, or again, I should say. Anywho. So this price action's a little hard to read because I think that as a wave, I think because it's again just sort of where it is in the scheme of things. So this is a difficult one for me because looks like February 13th, like Valentine's Day 2024 was kind of the middle. I think we've talked about this before, but I feel like this trend here was and is one of the defining trends. So yeah, if I'm looking at this as like a wave, I'd have to treat this with some amount of respect. And we've used it before, but if I'm looking again at that middle point, that's what it is. So I'm not feeling this one really. I may have to try it again later when my brain is a little more fresh. I think another thing, maybe this is partially why it turns me off a little bit, is another thing about a lot of MMA people, not professional fighters. Professional fighters don't tend to be like this, but like amateur fighters is once they learn like what they learn, they become like super arrogant and like they threaten to fight you like every chance they can. And I'm like, why? You know? I'm not like I mean, I guess I am kind of a pacifist, but I feel like there's just sort of a lack of respect for other people sometimes. Not everybody. I just remember being on X and like Twitter or whatever way back, and folks were like constantly threatening to like beat each other up in fights, and I'm like, what? Like, what are you doing? All right, Cobra Kai, you know, like. Yeah. I don't get it, man. It's like, I would not be angry if my son got in a fight and he was trying to defend himself, but I don't sit there and tell him like, hey, you should punch this dude whenever they make you mad. It's like, that's not it's not healthy. Oh, somebody doesn't agree with you, you should beat him up. You know what I mean? Like, like what? Oh man. I just see a lot of that kind of stuff. These dudes that are like too hyped up on creatine and protein powder and probably other things. Just like, dude, you gotta take a chill pill, man. Like, if anything, martial arts has made me less angry. To be honest. I mean, like, that's how I feel about it. I feel a lot less angry than when I wasn't doing it. Yeah. I've met dudes that are like the most ripped guys I've ever met in my life. There's a guy who I used to do CrossFit with. I can't tell you how much I hate CrossFit. I just hate it. It makes me sick. The first time we went and did CrossFit together, I vomited like 3 times. And I'm all about it now. I like the idea of fast, high-paced stuff. But at that time, I was like, this is horrible. Why would anyone do this? And this guy was like ripped. He was jacked and the sweetest man I've ever met. I mean, just the kindest guy. So I know it's not everybody, Not everybody is like a big meathead or whatever you call them, but it's not those guys. It's the guys that are like constantly trying to like fight you about stuff and show you up. And I'm like, all right, man, you spread those peacock feathers, dude. I'm all for it, but I don't really need to partake in that. So I'm not all for it, but you know what I mean? It's like, all right. I have the utmost respect for people who kick me in the head and then ask me if I'm okay and make sure I'm okay. You know what I mean? Like, we're fighting, but you're not a jerk, You're a nice person. So you're like, we're just practicing together. Yep, that sounds about right. I've been listening to you for 3 years and you've never mentioned it. They love to tell you about CrossFit. Yeah, I do it when I'm trying to get back into shape, and that's kind of what I'm doing right now. So it was on my mind. You mean back into shape? You're not in shape right now, Booksy? No. My wife thinks I'm in like the best shape of my life, but I know like that's not true. Cause like I can tell, you just know your own body. I can just tell. Like I'll wake up in the morning with like twinges in the back. I'll have like less energy during certain parts of the day. I'll feel like sluggish when I don't really normally feel sluggish. I'm not in shape. I don't disagree with my wife. Like, there's probably never been a time in my life where I've been as maybe like physically in shape, but like just on the whole. I tried to do it in college. Everybody, I think, goes through that in college where you're like, oh, let's go work out, man. We're going to be healthy adults. Yeah. If we went to college, you probably were like, yeah, I got to have a workout regimen. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Sleep on the floor for a month. I've started doing that. Yeah. But yeah, I need to do that because I haven't fixed my back. I don't know what I did. I just tweaked it, doing something, and just won't go away. It's like one of those reoccurring things where it's just like this weird weakness. So I've been trying to do like gentle. It's like kind of lower mid back. It's not like low. I do pretty good with my lower back. I don't usually have any problems. It's kind of like right underneath the, what do they call those things? I forget the muscle. I'll remember it later when it doesn't matter. But yeah, I don't know, this weird spot. I thought maybe it was because I was sleeping wrong. You wake up and you're just like, ow, what did I do? Was I like twisted around at night like a corkscrew? That was irresponsible, Maybe I should have tied myself to the bed on my back so I won't roll over weird. Rompids, I think. Yeah, those are the ones. So I've been trying to do rhomboids, yeah. I've been trying to do those rhomboid extra stretches and exercises. It's not, so the rhomboids are a lot with your arms. It's kind of like where your scapula are on the back. And, but it's like right underneath there. And the exercises do help, but I cannot tell you why. Like, it doesn't really make any sense. A lot of the movements that I do would exercise those pretty regularly, so I'm not really sure why they're so crappy for me. They should be much stronger is what I'm trying to say. Like, I might be substituting them with something else when I actually do. Because, you know, like, your muscles will just kind of do whatever they want to do sometimes. If there's like a stronger muscle group, it'll like compensate for the other. So that's why they ask you when you work out, you try to do targeted stuff. Because sometimes your biceps will take over and do something, or your shoulders will take over. My shoulders have that problem. My shoulders have been like consistently strong since I was a young person. I don't know why. I think it's because when I was really young, or when I first started working, I started doing like a lot of stuff that used my shoulders. I'm not really sure what it is. Just hauling garbage and doing dishes and stuff. Just a lot of shoulder movement. But it seems like my body prefers to use my shoulders. So I have to like turn my shoulders off when I'm doing stuff. I try to do like everything and my shoulders try to take over and I'm like, stop it, shoulders. You don't need to work out that. You don't need to work out right now. I don't know if you feel the same way about any part of your body. That's how I feel about that. My thighs are starting to do that too. Your glutes obviously do a lot, but sometimes it's like, yeah, my thighs and my glutes will try to compensate for other weaknesses. And I'm like, I just want to focus on this. It's hard. But I hate working out. You know, I really do. If you're wondering if I'm some kind of like a workout enthusiast, because I talk about stuff, I am not. I'm the kind of person that picked up a martial art, you know, later in life because I didn't want to go to the gym. Because I just don't like going to the gym. It has nothing to do with social pressures. It has nothing to do with whether or not I can do things. I just get so bored. I feel like I'm wasting my time. I know you get stronger going to the gym. I just can't do it. I'm like a squirrel or something. Like, I'm just like, so wait, I gotta sit here and just do the same thing over and over again, week in, week out. Why? I'd rather learn a skill. So I decided I wanted to do, there was other reasons, but I decided I wanted to do something with it. You know, and I'm not saying you can't be like an athlete and do both. I'm sure a lot of athletes do both. They probably do for a lot of, for what they need to do. They just do both. You know, they go to the gym and they do whatever they need to do. Stay fit. I'm not trying to be like a super athlete though. Although I'm coming to that point now where I have to choose. That's what I was saying earlier. I have to like choose now whether or not I want to really commit to it or what. Because this looks nasty, guys. Because you can only go so far on something like that before you end up burning out. So you have to just either really want to do it or not, you know. So that's where the discipline comes in, I guess. It's like you just have to choose to do it even though you don't want to do it in the moment. And you always feel better about it after. Always. Always feel glad that I did it. But getting to that point is like the hardest thing. I'm like, I could sit here and play through The Legend of Zelda for the millionth time. Or I could get off my butt, do some yard work, do a workout. Daily battle. So my wife thinks I'm like super self-disciplined because she just sees me get up and do stuff like that. But I tell her, I'm like, listen, if you heard the internal war going on in my brain about not wanting to do this, I think you would understand that. I really don't feel that discipline. I feel like I'm really bad at it. Because I see other people get up and they're just like, yeah, woo! Like Richard Simmons' level of intensity. Rest in peace, because I think he passed recently. And I'm just like, oh, all right, here we go. I got to pretend to be into this for a minute. But then I usually am really into it. Like, and then I really enjoy it. It just takes me a minute. My library card. Yeah. Fitness Bobby. Fitness Bob. Fitness Bob. You're getting old, Booksy. My right forearm is bigger than my left fist. Than my left? Oh, yeah. Are you sitting now while on stream? I am sitting. It's bad for me. Yeah. You probably have a low-grade muscle strain and never really had time to heal. That's probably right. I also got like tinnitus or something, like tennis elbow, whatever they call it. Tendonitis, I don't know what they call it. But I think I got like a bad case of tennis elbow. So I'm looking at getting like compression sleeves for my elbow to help with that. It's usually after I do a lot of kung fu and stuff back to back. There's a lot of throwing of the fist that puts a lot of strain on your tendons on your elbow. Sitting ruined my back and shoulders. Yeah, it does hurt. You know, you got to be careful. I do, you're getting old. Sometimes, yeah, getting older is just, you're always getting older, you know? But it's definitely a big part of it. It doesn't get any easier, too. I know that, you know, you look at your parents or whatever, and we've all seen people age, and you got to really work at it. Otherwise, it's just going to catch up to you. Life, that is. Hedgie said, what martial art did you take up? Oh, I guess you would call it Taekwondo. It's a mixed martial art form, but we do some karate, some hapkido, some judo, even some like Shaolin kung fu. I mean, there's a lot to it because the person who ran the organization studied a lot of different things. It's based in Korean Taekwondo though. So like traditional Korean Taekwondo for adults, not kids. And then, because there's a difference in what they teach. But so a lot of the fundamentals are very Taekwondo based, but there are some pretty key differences. And I don't usually notice it until I see other Taekwondo traditions. And I'm like, oh, okay, I see we're different. I've watched some different Taekwondo forms, and they're kind of the same. And then you can see some really key differences. So a lot of it just depends on who your teacher is and the grandmaster of the organization that you're in. If you're fortunate enough to be in an organization that's been around for a while, you should have some really serious people that have studied some things. And so I feel like when I say Taekwondo, people have an image in their brain that's not quite right, because if you watch like Taekwondo at the Olympics, does our sparring look like that? A little bit. but the stances are different and a little different, and then therefore the advances are different. It's a lot more upper body than what you see in the Olympics, which is almost predominantly lower body. There's a little bit of both. I was pretty annoyed with the Olympics this year with Taekwondo. I don't know if you guys watched it all. I liked some of the heavier weight classes were way better. So I get to take back what I said earlier about, because I didn't want to say it, but a lot of the women in the women's bracket, in the lightweights, the featherweights, they were just not good. They were really bad matches. And I was kind of mad because I'm like, I'm all about, equal opportunity and stuff. Like, I want to see women in martial arts and then see them succeed. And some of the best martial artists that I know are women in our organization. We've got a couple, there's a lot, but there's a couple that are way higher belts than me that I really look up to. And I'm like, gosh, man, they're so good. But like, I felt like watching that featherweight, both the men and the women were kind of boring. I'm glad to say, though, that as I watched the different weight classes, they got better. Like, the women in the middleweight class were like so much more interesting to watch, way more aggressive, way more into it. You could just tell like there was just more power behind everything. And I don't know what it is about that featherweight, but it seemed like everybody was worried about getting hit, maybe because of the speed. You're kind of in and out fast. I don't know. But in the heavier weight classes, people just take the kicks and punches and drive forward, and it makes for a much more entertaining battle, So I was really happy that, and I watched the American, she got bronze, I believe, but I watched her push forward and fight through it, and she was really good. Her side kicks are great. They call them pushing kicks. We call them side kicks, but they are both. But she had some crazy strong side kicks. She would side kick her opponent like all the way out of bounds, just across the stage, just shoving her, I mean, just, I could tell, because I've been kicked with side kicks pretty hard. Those would have hurt. Like, they would not have been light kicks, because she was pushing their whole body with those kicks. And then the men's upper weight division was really good. Definitely like 80 kilograms was kind of the sweet spot, I think. That, whatever that means, middleweight as opposed to heavyweight. And I thought those were really good battles. But I thought the lightweights, the featherweights were kind of boring. So that had disappointed me at first. I was watching it like, this isn't really showcasing like the highest level of a sport, when the opponents are like flicking their kicks and just barely touching each other, and the coaches are complaining about a toenail to the back of the head. And I'm like, look, man, I get it. Like, it's a sport. You want to get the points. But it is so frustrating when you're not seeing anybody do anything interesting to have people winning matches because a coach is asking for a replay of somebody sliding their foot across someone's shoulder, and I'm like, all right, I guess we're doing this now, That's not the way you want to win. But it was different in the upper weight classes. If you get to watch some of the finals in the upper weight classes, they're really good. They did throw some punches. They actually scored quite a bit of spinning kicks. You get more points for spinning kicks. And some of those spinning kicks were brutal. Spin back kick, laid a dude out. Another one, like, this dude did like a spin crescent, and it knocked the guy's helmet off, his headgear off. I mean, it was just really clean hits, just really cool stuff to watch in terms of like highlights. And I got to see some of that live, so I thought that was really cool. But I was pretty annoyed with their scoring system with the punching. That's what I was going to get at. And that never changed. Chin music. It never changed. Because in Taekwondo, you can punch. It's just the way the scoring system works. You can't punch to the head. And you guys are like, why not? You just can't. You can punch to the chest, though. I mean, it's recognized that in a real fight, you would punch to the face. Everything that they teach in regular classes, you punch to the solar plex, or you punch to the face, or to soft spots, and like the neck and stuff. There's nothing about it that's nice. But when you do spar, you're not trying to kill somebody, so you don't punch them in the face. It's not mixed. It's not MMA, you know. But oddly, you can kick to the head, which frankly feels just as bad, if not worse. And so I've been kicked in the face before. But the punches to the chest are supposed to score points, but they're based in the Olympic sport on whether whether they're awarded or not, based on whether the judges, and there's judges on either side of the arena, whether they see it, because they don't score the punches with the little indicators. I couldn't even tell you. Like, I probably could count on like one hand how many times they actually gave the guy a point for the punch. And there was definitely like dozens of punches landed, but they just never give him the points. And the the commentators were even frustrated by it, and they were saying, well, they just aren't really giving out the points for some reason this year on the punches. And it was just really annoying because people would like drive in and then throw a big punch and they wouldn't get the point. And you're like, well, he obviously punched him in the chest. I mean, or whatever. And you didn't get the point. And then they don't add them on the scorecard till the end anyways. So you can't, sometimes you can't even see it. And it has to do with like penalties and stuff too. So it's a little bit hard to follow. The commenters or the commentators on the Taekwondo are really good though. They're fun. There was like an Irish dude and then a former Olympic champion that she was from, I think, Serbia or something, commenting. They were pretty good. The Irish dude, or the Scottish dude, he wasn't Irish. He was really funny. Anyways. Is this week the week? The first day isn't looking promising. Look at the volume. Yeah, it's dead. That's not a bad thing, though. So when you get to the end of what I call like the iterative sequences, volume shrinking is just a sign of exhaustion in the range. It's like completion of the range. So when you get to the end, you will always see that. You always see that volume kind of finish. Doesn't mean that it's fun to watch. You know, obviously it's not fun to watch, but $863. Now, this does make me wonder about that higher target and that moving average going to that $8. It's going to be a tough one for us. I think that 863 might cause some problems, that 850s area. I keep staring at it, thinking about this. I'm like, if the operator doesn't want to go, they're probably going to stop it there. We're hoping for this slingshot, and that does happen. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. It definitely happens. But you can see how simple it would be to drive the price up to here and just stop. You know? I hope that's not what happens. I don't know. I mean, like I told you guys, I thought it was today. I mean, I thought it was like Friday, but and then, yeah, by extension today. looking at this yearly cycle, kind of wondering what's going on here. I feel like there's something I'm missing. I've been through this so many times, and I know what it is that I'm looking at, kind of for the most part, is this. Like, I'm trying to see if it's going to make that return move. And it's a 60% retracement to 15, you know. So this 382 level looks kind of dangerous, and then going beyond that, you definitely could tell that there's a this isn't really anything brand new, but you can tell there's a decent chance that that 50-50 happens, because you can see like the midpoint right there takes you right up to it. It's very, very, very nice. So I don't have any issues with that. If I were just looking at this from the point of view of a big high end, like we're just looking at the daily, and I just wanted to see where the possibilities are, this would feel very obvious to me. Like the ability to come back up to this golden pocket area and retest would seem like a no-brainer. And that's where I would be sitting right now, being like, hey, I think this is a no-brainer. We're going to do this. It just seems really simple. I'm pretty bullish, guys. I really am. I just think this looks super clean to me, you know. But you need to have like more than just one reason. And one of the things right now I'm looking at is like this jump. It's kind of an interesting jump. It could lead you back down to this intersection at 612, which is, I like that. I mean, it's a good one. We've talked about 613 as like a midpoint, and I don't believe that that's wrong. I think that's probable. It's like a 50% retracement on this move, and look at where it would lead you here by about October 1st. I find this to be just a really compelling chart, I guess, but I'm having a little bit of trouble maybe with this outer motion. I know there's a creek there. I think it's like this, where you're going to get that whip around. It's like that second move. I know it's like right there. This isn't really giving me anything new, so it's kind of hoping that identifying it as like a yearly cycle would somehow make something click. And it's not really making anything different here. It just looks the same. I think $8 and then roughly 15, but it'll probably be more like upper 14s, and who knows what happens with extended hours. So it's not something I would take and say with regard to certainty. I wouldn't look at it and say this has to be like this. It would be more of a, okay, well, there's a propensity for this to make a pretty decent retracement here. There's definitely a good case that, hey, we're going to retrace to the 618. Okay? So we did a big move down. We did a back up to roughly the 0.5, which is around 1060s. Okay? We came back. We're now at the 236 value. And we're talking about a retracement to the upside. So just in terms of correction, this looks like a pretty simple correction. Like you came to 0.5, then to 236, then you could come to 618 and then back down, and we'll see what happens. So on the big picture, I'm looking at it like upside down land. I'm like, yeah, that kind of looks like a simple wave. And I definitely think there's a couple ways to interpret it. You could interpret it as a return to the daily, except that we already tested the daily. But I think it'd be more appropriate, and I've already mentioned this before, I think this looks distributive upside down, which means it's bullish. I think it looks like it would be appropriate to see a slingshot 50-50 back up to the So nothing's really changing here. It's all looking kind of the same. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just what it is. So, you know, this is basically what I would expect at this point. So instead of this being like a, here, let's do this. Let's make this just a little box here. Another box? Dang it, Booksy. Well, it happens. There we go. You see that? That's your 618 retracement. I'm going to get rid of the retracement values just for a second to clean up the chart a bit, or at least just hide them for a second. Yeah, man, I think I really don't. I really think that the bears are wrong about this. I mean, if I'm wrong, it's going to be nasty. We can be going down to 3s and 2s, but way up here. But I really don't see it. It's hard for me to see it. It just looks so bullish to me. It doesn't mean it is. It's just, that's just what I'm seeing. So to me, this is your retracement value here. And yeah, so this would look like a hook and then a pull back up to that hook there. So that's your trend essentially that you're breaking out of in this area. And I don't know about that after that, but that's what I would see there. It's kind of backwards from what everyone else is expecting because they expect it to go down and back up. But I feel like AMC and GME are going to front run this rate cut. And then I don't know why, but I have this feeling they're going to get dropped shortly after the rate cut into like October. And then maybe a secondary push in November could change things up. So I'm trying to interpret this as like a cycle. We are getting a little bounce. I'm trying to interpret this as a cycle. And yeah, I mean, guys, there's just so many possibilities now. There's just a lot going on. 28 degrees. I wonder if that's the magic number here. Yeah, it's definitely been the wave. Yeah, I mean, this could go a number of ways after that. So I think if you were to go to that point, we would have to then default to looking at whether it holds or whether it breaks back through. So that's not going to happen till later. And that holding would be obviously bad for a lot of folks. I'm trying to determine what the heck I would look at here. And it's the same thing as it's always been. Who am I kidding? It's always been this mark. It's no different. I mean, there's a huge discrepancy in price, and some of it's because of that reverse split, but just a massive, massive price issue here. I just can't unsee it. This is that $80 mark kind of stuff. Maybe in 2025 or whenever. My thing is this, is I feel that we're doing an iterative move. So, whoa, that's weird. Why did it do that? better. Yeah, I suspect this is iterative. So there's a lot of folks that keep talking about downside, and we'll have to see what happens when it gets here. But for now, I'm of the opinion that there's a decent chance this is indeed doing something much like the March move, or excuse me, the January move, but that it ends up going the other way. The timing of this is obviously speculative, but yeah, would not surprise me if we saw something like this again. And probably a bit more compressed than I'm drawing it. Because this is just the way AMC trades right now. Massive kind of wedge. This is where what I was dealing with the iteration the other day, was just like this concept of, you know, what would that look like? And it may not be that long, but just this breakthrough here could lead to sideways and then dropping again, doing it all over again. I did that previously on another stream last week. It doesn't look wrong to me though. It looks very probable. I think what makes me wonder is whether or not this actually goes all the way. You know, I think that's a bigger question. Not if that could happen, but if it did happen, like, could it go all the way? And do we have any kind of a visual support for that happening? What would that look like? I think probably at this point, it's this kind of centerfold. You guys are like, it's pointing to 86 cents. Yep. But it's this centerfold trend, perhaps. Kind of the middle of this giant wedge. That makes me the most cautious and curious, I suppose. And if it distributed, it would definitely have to be a walk down here through the year. And then this is why I'm like, I don't know if it really ever gets that low. $1.60 seems like possible, but you wouldn't know until it hit the bottom. Because it could be much sooner and then not really ever go down as low again. And I know people aren't a big fan of that, but the good news is if something like that happened, you'd be ready for it, you know? And you get like a serious, massive move. That kind of stuff. Much later. Mm-hmm. Well, these are just ideas. I always kind of run away with it. I don't know if it's ever going to go that low. You know, Nick called out at 190. I think he could be right. There's a lot of stuff up there that maybe 130s. Funny, like, what if we ended up at 145? All those calls from way back in the day. That'd be like a 786 retracement. It's interesting too because this 50-50 then gives you a really clean picture of, yep, coming back to the top. It's pretty solid. It's all the same. You guys are like, what? It's the same target. I don't know. It's the same target every time I do this. It's always like February 2026, 130s. Just don't think we're going to get up there till then. This is the iteration down. It really doesn't make any difference which way you do it either. That's the funny thing. It's like you could go with the upside and do it more like casual like, and it still ends up being the same area. You know, it just takes a different path to get there. Yeah, it's a simple enough move. Kind of curious if there's a better way to do this, but I don't know what it would be. Just kind of guessing. So the implication would be that you're basically doing like whip arounds, and so you're coming around that midpoint consistently. So the next whip around is like $12. Whereas the crow flies like 14. I mean, this change of character was here. I think the dynamic of this shifted because you've got advances. So it doesn't really matter if the change is bearish or bullish. It's just a change. What that just means is that you've stopped doing the same thing you were doing. We've already done that here on the micro. At this point, just looking at this, it's just a picture of like bouncing to me. It doesn't look distributive. And I've made that case multiple times, but even on like the highest time frame here, the shapes are not used. They're like M's. And if you look at the 50-50 right here to the top, that's where it's at. It's that same marker we were already using. I'm not doing anything really new here. It's this guy right here, basically. It's hard to get it right on the weekly, so I can't see the detail down here. Our biggest threat from a bull standpoint might be this $8 area. Yeah, look at that candle. The weekly right here is opening way up high. Way up here at 5. So if this is a bearish candle, it's going to have to be like engulfing, basically, to push down to a bearish end. And it's just teetering right now on the edge. There's not much to say about it. Well, I kind of disagree. I think there's a strong chance this could iterate down. I get the feeling our operators are kind of nasty. I think they're going to screw people over continuously. So that's just the way I'm going to look at it until it doesn't happen. I'm going to look at that as a very real possibility. He was looking at 190 down here, but I don't think that means it's gone. I think he may have been hinting at another target. There may have been an early bear target down there. It's just early. And we've seen that happen before, where you get a target and you think that it's not going to work. You're really just early. That happened to me on that downward target a long time ago. The 255. You know, people say whatever they want to say, and I don't bring it up. I know it's going to be like a silly thing to argue about, because at the end of the day, like, there's no way anyone could have known that the bottom was going to be right here, right? 240s. But I'll be danged, man, if that 255 didn't come up repeatedly back when the price was up here, and we never got to it. We got to like the 360s and after hours. This was before the price change. I don't think it's an accident that they were targeting 255s here, and then after the reverse split, we're going down to 250. I mean, come on. You know, you could just say, yeah, but that's not the same value, so on and so forth. And I would just say, yep, you're right. It's not the same value. I don't know what to tell you, but it's the same value at the same time. You know, it's hard for me to put that out of my mind, whether or not we agree or disagree about the presumptive value of it. I think that's not really the question. We probably both agree it's not the same value. I just think that particular target was left and then it just came back later, you know? So I had been getting like 350 to 250 for such a long time, for like 10 months. And once they did the reverse split, all of a sudden we're heading down and you're starting to get 350 and 250 again. And it's like, that's literally like where our final little range was. So I don't think that targets just vanish sometimes. I think we have to keep in mind that the same thing for the upside. Like, I had 14 really early, and it could have just been that that's the top of the wave. Like, that's where the resistance is, where it's going to be, and that's why it kept targeting it. So it's positioning around that. It's not actually getting there. I think it's the same thing. You're just positioning around it. You're not necessarily getting there when you think you're going to get there. So I'm of the opinion that this could easily be like a massive head fake that doesn't actually break the creeks. And I think if it doesn't, it's going to go back to potentially back down to the lows, make a new low. Because that's the way the iteration is. Until it changes on the big picture, there's no reason to think it can't keep doing the same thing. It has not pushed higher. That's my big kind of light bulb right now, is it has not pushed higher. So if you were looking at the whole all-time chart, you'd be seeing like a wave up originally, a wave down, and then a wave back up. And we would be in this mode of like we're chopping down for years on the top of this downward motion, right? On this downward creek. That's what's been happening. But before it changes character, you're driving the price lower, and those creeks tend to be lower and lower and lower. So like as you're going down, you're not pushing any resistance. You know, each of these subsequent creeks, until you change the character of it, each of these subsequent creeks gets steeper and steeper and steeper as you go down. And so right now I'm looking at it like, well, we haven't even tested the first one, let alone the second or third one. We've barely tested any of these, you know. We've tested like a parallel trend and that's it. And if you look at the creek, like this is the next creek up. It's up here at 14 something. We haven't even gotten there yet. There's still another one, you know. That's the crazy thing, is like that's not That's not even like the top. Like there's still another creek outside of that one. So there's this guy. So if I were looking at this just objectively, I would say, yep, looks like it's in a downward motion. And until you break out here, there's not really any reason to be super bullish. And just look at this chart, man. Look at this chart and tell me that this doesn't make some sense. That this is like a 50-50 at 12. And you're going to push away from it, you know, going into February 2026. You can push away from that value and then push back up. Look at where that lands right here on this outermost creek, you know. And I just feel like that's not a coincidence. I mean, I'd be super happy for everyone in AMC, all the peoples, if it just broke out. I always say that. I repeat it because it's true. Like, I would be very happy for you if I'm wrong about this and it just goes up. There's no bad feelings at all if I'm wrong and it goes to the upside. But the way this is built out definitely has a seriously strong iterative vibe to me that I'm not going to ignore just because it makes it sound bad. Well, Booksy thinks we're going to come back down. Well, great. Now he's a shill and he's a bear. He's always been a bear. It's easy to be a bear when you're going down. Well, to be fair, I thought it was going to go up here when other people said it was going to go down to like lows, 190s. I was like, no, I think we're going to stop mid to low threes and turn around. There's been plenty of times where I've been very contrarian, yes. But I think timing-wise, I'm contrary at the right times, I hope. And that's what I'm trying to get at, is I'm not trying to be contrarian just for the sake of it and be like, well, I just want to be different, so I'm just going to... No, that's dumb. If somebody else and I agree, we agree. But if we don't agree, we don't agree. Like, I've been very consistent in saying I don't think we're going to advance here. The folks that are saying we're going to the upside, they think we're going to advance here. But I don't think we're going to do it. I think the way we set up here was to go back and retest 12, and that's it for now. And I think they're going to sell the crap out of it all the way back down. I think they're going to offload their 60 million shares or whatever they have again, and bring it way back down for some kind of major spring action here. And this looks right. Auto reaction, phase B, spring, go. So I think this to me looks like, yeah, if it pushes higher, it should be obvious to everyone because it would just go here at 18. But, you know, you can't have it both ways. We can't complain. You guys don't do this, but the general population can't complain that TA people are wishy-washy and then, you know, at the same time not allow me to make big call-outs like this and try to interpret. Like, I have to be able to make that call-out ahead of time and say, I think this is more likely what's going to happen. So I think it's going to build down another one. And I think we're going to get another creek here like this. And this is where the magic happens. Because this will be like the final death nail kind of coffin thing where we get like some kind of deep drop. And then I think we're going to rock it. You guys are like, this is already a deep drop, Booksy. It's too deep. No. This is the beginning of the end. So dramatic. This is the beginning of the end, right? I mean, that's just super tight. And look, it just gets you above the creek. It makes the move. Every time I chart this thing, I come to the same conclusion. I can't unsee it. Look at that. And tell me that doesn't look right. Double bottom here, double bottom here. The only real question is whether or not this comes all the way down. And maybe we could argue that it's going to be 50-50 around wherever this distributes. That's going to be a really important point. because sometimes that is the case. And so we will look at this as like a ledge. And wherever this ledge ends up dropping from, so if it ends up being 12, I think there's a chance that that's closer to like the 50-50 point. And if it ends up being a little higher or something like that, you know, then we can use that in reverse to help predict the price action. But this is a pretty clean triangulation of all the things. So yeah, it looks good to me. Golly, look at that. That's like right on the money. Maybe earliest like June of next year, going up to here. You know, if it doesn't go as high, maybe. I think it's going to be like back to the original value or close to it. This is a tough one to do though. Yeah, that's where it's going to be. Yeah, so it might be a lot faster than I drew it. I drew it pretty slow. But that's where I think it's going to be. I don't know about GME. I think GME is in a different spot. Like this iteration for AMC was down and GME's was sideways. So for GME, it would be like another giant wedge. And I've talked about this a little bit, but I think that for GME, it's like, this is why I think there's a lot of folks that might not be happy, because I think it could stall out maybe at like 33 to 37. And then basically start forming a massive wedge going sideways. Just like AMC stalls out here and comes down, I think it could form out a pretty massive downside after November. Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. I don't know. I liked it better over there. But maybe that's not the most important thing, regardless. I don't know. I'll have to do this chart like more realistically later. And there's a pretty difference between, it's like a year difference, you know. This is, well, 6 months difference. This is June, this is February. Yeah, I suppose it's just a matter of perception. I'll be able to do it if we can get this next move, because I should get enough information here. If it does do this and break down again, I'll have enough information. We should be able to calculate it. I'm missing like a line, which makes it kind of difficult to anticipate, you know. So it ends up being a little bit haphazard. Like I could probably do it a few different ways and make people happy or make people mad, but You know, I suppose I should do a macro chart, shouldn't I? I feel like it's time to do that. Like, we've had enough time here to stew on some things. I think we could probably do another one that's pretty successful. I feel like there's enough here now to see and to look at, to really give a sense of continuity to everything else that we're experiencing. Would be nice. I feel pretty confident we could do it. These would be massive moves. This is a bigger question over here. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's a fake out though. I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think it's a way of double topping and doing a range like this, but like significantly larger in nature, and probably with a lot more volatility than we're used to. So I think it'll be an ugly transition perhaps from one to the other, but I wonder if there's a way to calculate that. I don't think that's possible. I don't think it's possible to calculate this till you have the move done. We're gonna have so many ridiculous creeks, not even gonna be funny. I don't know. Maybe they'll announce something stupid, I'm sure. Not to be crude with my language. But I'm sure it'll be something ridiculous, you know? Like, $54, $57. This is pretty much the same value. We could pretty easily adjust that to make it fit, but I'm not going to do that. It's basically the same value. Yeah, look at 54. Woo-wee! Look at that. Tell me that don't look good. Now it's starting to look like a gigantic wave, isn't it? Boop, boop, boop. Sure is. Sure is. Sure is. Don't say it again, Buxy. Sure is. So dumb, dude. What, all these big creeks? I'm looking at big picture stuff right this second because the current daily price action is really just chop to try to get you back to a place of support. It figured we would come below this liquid level here, and we did, but it hasn't really dropped. So to its credit, GME has held up better than expected thus far. I did think that it was possible we could see a drop as low as 2109. Has not made that drop. It seems to want to hold right now, and I took this trajectory from something, I guess this one. Seems to be holding this creek right now, so at least for now it's not broken down. And yeah, Maybe this is as low as it's going to go, but it came beneath the liquid, so the liquid dive beneath the surface. You can think about it like water, like dipping down. That makes sense. That would be like where the water line is. You're diving deep as you can. So I thought AMC might be doing the same thing. Didn't really want to see it come back beneath 503. So far, so good. But nothing, again, particularly awesome about this price action. Just a lot of repeated up thrusts, very low volume, hard to decipher. Definitely looks like an M cross, but I say definitely looks like an M cross, but then I had the but. Why do you keep doing that, Booksy? Well, because it's just tiny, like there's no volume, so it's really difficult for me to look at this and be very optimistic. It could be an auto reaction, phase B. I have to always question whether that's a sign of weakness then, if it came lower. How low do I want it to go? I don't really want it to go super low here, but it could make a dip down to 502 or 503 and probably still be okay, So wrapping around here would be fine. Or, and maybe even more ideally, you stay up high at 504. I'll tell you this much. If it can find a support at 504 right now and start advancing again, and it makes a breach over like 508, that to me is a really strong signal. Okay? I would be happier to call it a little more bullish if we could see something like that. Until then, there's definitely a lot of opportunity on the table for pushing low here, because this is a potential bottom that we've seen quite a bit, but you have to see it cross and build back over that middle at 505. All of this stuff is all pennies away from each other because there is no other way to look at it right now. It's all really tight here. This is a teeny tiny little range. So I've been looking a lot at big picture stuff just to take a stab at that again. I think I'm right, but I don't want to make it about being right or wrong. I think it's better just to say like, hey, there's a good chance that Booksy's onto something decent. Maybe it lines up with something you've done in the past. I think someone said that. That's really great. You beat me to it. Maybe there's a very big difference between what you were expecting and what you at this point might say is expected versus unexpected. Yeah, my thing has been looking at February 2026 as that big place of most likelihood, but it's looking to me on this measurement that it could meet that end early. I would not be shocked if we got there sooner than later. And that's just saying. It's hard to say, but it wouldn't surprise me if it got there a little sooner than later. So, I don't know. It's a different setup than it was in the past. Very different in some ways. Yeah, I'm not sure how to interpret this really. Maybe. That's pretty high. I mean, it's a possibility. I'll leave it there. That's a very steep one. None of them really line up with everything. So that's another thing that always bugs me about these charts is like, it's never like perfect enough. I think I'm using the right pivots, but it always could be a little bit better. I never seem to find like the perfect spot. Like 130s. I would say there's a decent chance based on the wave that it could be there in February at 130s. It's just a measurement of time. I think the nature of everyone saying that's too slow makes it perfect because it is very slow. But this is a massive, massive wave. And the upside versus the downside has been completely disproportionate, right? But the downside bottom still is a very long-winded structure. So the main difference between what I'm saying and what other people are saying, I believe, is that there's I think the main difference is that a lot of people are assuming the downside is done, that they've already built out the bottom. And so I would be very wrong about my interpretation because they would say like, well, we've already finished all this. And they're not completely wrong. There is a nature of this that could be seen as like a downward S-curve. However, if you're looking only at iterations, then I would say we've not iterated enough. And that's where things get kind of dicey maybe for interpretation purposes. Because then you're looking at it like, well, then I'm purely looking at it from an iterative standpoint, like, has it iterated enough? Is it small enough? No, I don't really think it ever got there. I think that locally that S-curve finished where it needed to finish. The rest of this is going to build out like a classic, I mean, how many times have we drawn this diagram on my chart over the past few years? You know? And this is kind of the setup that I'm expecting, I suppose, right now. And this is what we've seen as the motif for a lot of AMC stuff. So my tendency is to say it's already done. And that's my biggest weakness. Is I tend to look at stuff and be like, that's it right there. It's going to go down. Instead of, what if this is way bigger? Right? And really, like, you're right, but you're not completely right. And this ends up being like a double up thrust and a much larger sideways action. So my tendency early on would have been to say like this could be going into like a low now. In which case, maybe it's a stronger case that we go later. And it might seem like this are completely different beasts, you know, these two things. They're not. They're the same thing. It's the same thing. One just has a second move to the upside. As we do sometimes. So, yeah. So this is an example of one that it's kind of like a long time ago, but this is on the very beginning of the stock. And I said a long time ago that I thought maybe this was, unfortunately, like the model for everything, you know, and there's an expansion of this sell down, and to some extent that's true. You see those cat ears all over the place on all kinds of time frames. But what matters to me here is that build out as you see it. Like, where are the levels at? Those are the comparisons that I prefer to make. So this is that hook level, right? And you can tell like we came back up to it eventually later on. And we did hit the top there, you know, near the breakdown. So again, maybe there's an argument that could be had that we're just going to move into this low threes area and just chop up way later and never get above that level and yada, yada, yada. That's all about how you look at fractals and all that junk. But what's not being talked about perhaps is like the nature of this move. Like, where is it going back to? You know, what level is this returning back to? Why did it have an auto reaction back here? You know, so on and so forth. In long term, what did this signify? Well, kind of a bearishness, right? Like a weakness. Didn't hold, and then it ended up coming up and distributing on that top. So it would be kind of a longer term, weaker structure to come down now, I guess what I'm trying to say. We see this all the time. This is another one. Bounced, pushed up, came back low, and then weakly came back up, tried to advance again. Bigger picture would be a lot better to have it, you know, not do that. Yeah, I mean, it's easy enough to see how like that could be it. I mean, that could have been the move. I just think we're gonna see a secondary move and get the double. Yeah, I gotta wonder about this area. Probably won't stay there. Probably try to advance here and then go down. Something like that. Form a steeper one. Who knows? That's way in the future. Like I said, maybe a good time for me eventually to get back to doing a larger chart because it's been a while. And on a day like today where you were hoping for something big and there's not much going on, it would be a good time to do it. I didn't take a lunch break today. I'm feeling kind of tired. I need to take a lunch before too long. That's a serious creek cross right there as well. That's a big deal one right there. Yeah, that one I like a lot. That's a really strong one. 1, 2, 3. Retreat, breakout, hold. This is the October crowd right here. Come down low, break out later near November. I just can't see it doing it without some kind of up thrust. Even if it were going to go down again, I feel like it'd have to go up to like 7 in order to drop. It just doesn't seem reasonable right now to just dump. I could see it happening if it like pumped to like 790 and then dumped hard. I could see that breaking down early and going really low, kind of giving bulls some false hope. But yeah, this wave to me looks right, and then you would basically come way back for like a creek test later. None of this would be like a straight line, but you know, there'd be chop. Boom, we didn't check the creek. Breakout from 516, rocket goes super crazy. Some kind of massive gap up like we did here. We didn't check anything. There's huge gap down here at like 530. Goes up to like 60 something. I don't know how it happens. I would not be surprised if this was like a huge gap though. Or just even not even just that, but just not checking it. Like pushing up here and going ahead and completing the first wave and not going back. Maybe a slight back up, but it never came back down to test this creek right here. And then it gives you like an easy, thorough way to come back through here later. And everyone's expecting rate cuts to run the market. Comes up to September. It's already been priced in. You start dumping the stock down. Going into earnings, you get a little bit of a pump in November because of earnings. This is like when you finally think you're going to run. It doesn't run. It's already kind of probably had a weakness here at some point. Slipped this creek. Now it's going back up. Yeah, it would probably break through here. And then it would look like it's recapturing it. But it would head fake. Come down real low. They have a massive sell down. People are pissed because they're like, earnings was fine. I don't get it. It's supposed to be bullish because it's the fourth quarter, and it is bullish. But they're driving the price really low, selling all their shares they've accumulated here, all the way up here. And then driving the price to a new low. They're doing a 50-50 around this $5 level to drive the price low. So they're 50-50 around that 570. And I don't know for a fact it comes significantly lower, but I would imagine if they left all this stuff out there, this would be the time to kind of come back and see if you can get there. So at lowest, we maybe hit like 283 or something, or at highest. I think you could maybe make a case for that you don't actually make a new low. I think this is going to be the floor, and then you come back down and so on and so forth. And then you'll break out when everybody's like, AMC's dead, the stock's dead. It's just doing nothing but screwing everybody over. Should have sold when it was at 15, shouldn't have done this, should have done that. So on and so forth. Here's that second drop. Let's see where it goes here. It's just perfect. Meanwhile, you've got some kind of a massive... What if I'm wrong and it's going to jump to 43 quick? Well, then it will. What if I'm wrong and it drops to 3 right now? You know what I mean? It's just a question of whether or not you're prepared. If I'm wrong and it goes to 43, then we should break up high here and find support. It's not complicated. You're still going to have to build out a support here. This is a creek. This is not in my opinion. You guys might say it's my opinion, but I don't feel like this is an opinion to me. This is just the nature of it. This is resistance. This is where the selling has been happening above 12. Period. It resonates with the previous bottom back in 2020. It's now become a supply. It just so happens it intersects this downward creek that's very important right around this place in like mid-August or whatever. There's no question in my mind, like that's where it has to happen. So if you're going to have a buy-in, then it's going to be accumulative here, and you could read the breakout and it'll go up. It's not going to just shoot right past it. It just doesn't do that. I mean, there are times where that happens, like here and there, but we always end up with massive retracements if we do shoot past it, which is kind of what I'm thinking about this. It's like, it might be the way in which they do a high distribution and then drive the price low. And we'll see. This doesn't have to come to new lows. It's definitely possible. So it's looking like a May to June kind of run next year, which is a cyclical thing, because I mean, May here to May here is a year. May 10th, yeah, about a year cycle. May 10th to May 10th, year over year cycle, 1 year pump and dump. Drive the price back up. This time you just go, you break through these in sequence, like 1, 2, 3, and then you're way up high. It has to then hold. You should get the second move. This is really like the big squeezy stuff people want to see anyways, going into roughly that year. I don't think it's going to be like last time. I could be a little bit wrong, you know, obviously. This one was really different. It went really high after hours, came back down, opened really low. So it kind of pushed resistance, it kind of didn't, but then it chopped until about 10 and then it dropped. I think this is going to be longer winded. I think it's going to attempt to see if there's a support built on top here. So I believe that area around 1090s, maybe down to even as low as 1050. I think they're going to try to build a support there. And I'm being genuinely serious when I say this. I think it's more than likely not because of accumulation, but to actually have a support, but to have a distribution. Because I think what they're going to do is chop this area and sell off while everybody's FOMOing. And then sell all their shares that they bought. And then drive the price low, opening shorts and all that stuff way back down as far as they can to get ready for 2025. And it might seem ridiculous, but the other option was fairly straightforward. It was basically like you come down into the November and then you rally. And so originally I had thought that we might do this. We may come back and cross low and still make those creek crosses and then come back up. This is still a possibility. This is like the one where you're running early in January. See that? It's not like anything else we've really seen on AMC per se, except for maybe that triple top type motion. But that's the one where you're kind of running early, and who knows from there. You'd have to make some serious backups, potentially. But this is non-iterative. Does that make sense? This is not an iterative function of the larger whole. If what we're experiencing right now, it could be similar to the January to June move, then I think that the natural course of action is to continue the iterations. We'll see what they play out as. But basically continue the iterations down again. And I just don't see it as anything but a gigantic bouncing bottom. You know? Not anything inherently wrong with that either. I think that's the thing that may be bothersome about it to some is like, well, it doesn't seem right because it takes too long, but I just like look at it and to me, I'm like, meh. It just seems right to me. Like maybe there's a opportunity here to trade it for your benefit. All right, so here we go. We're pushing down. This is a good low push here. So this has to be a spring, otherwise it's just a breakdown. Failure to advance, in which case we're going to get the S-curve, which probably goes back to like 491, which would be very bearish looking in this particular instance, but we'd have to like zoom out and look at the big retracement. I think if it's a spring action, this dips, bounces by before then, and then heads back up above. And if it's not, Well, and that's not like a phase B top with a spring, right? So the spring itself has to be reactive back this way over the creek. Make sense? I'm looking at really small time frames. We're talking about like pennies apart from 507 down to 503. I think the support would need to be built ultimately above 505, but you could see a low of 504 if the spring were successful, just to retest the floor. So yeah, maybe no lower here than like 501, maybe 5, but we have to have a solid reaction. If we come below 501 and 5 and we generate a hook, like we can't break back above 503 or we can't break back above 504, you may anticipate a future sell down that's more of like a falling S-curve kind of motion here, which could lead you back pretty far. Right. So big picture, you know, I'm looking over here at this massive chart. There's a lot of possibility in terms of how you walk out along these spring actions, but or excuse me, along these creek actions, but the creeks themselves don't really change. Excuse me. So my thought is that it doesn't really make a huge difference. You know, in terms of where that stuff would end up being, it looks fairly straightforward because they already set up the levels around 12. So like from about 1050 up to about 1375. So I'm just kind of averaging and saying around 12. But that's about where you'd see those levels set up. Reaction move here only has a high of like 1578. Done this before. I've said 1576. I've said 16. I've said numbers like that. That's about as far as I would expect a reactive move to go on this drop alone. So if you're based on the principle that this is somehow going to be a spring that just doesn't hit a new bottom or doesn't retest the floor, then you might think this is reasonable, because if you came above here, and this is what probably a lot of people are looking at, is if you came above here and you found support, then you could make an argument that this is basically a spring with a retest right there, right? Like, oh, it's a spring here and then it's retesting the floor at 12. But that's the same thing I'm saying. Like, it makes zero difference. One of them is saying like, hey, we're doing that now. One is saying, hey, we're doing that later. That's the only difference. So, and one has like an actual like ranged bottom here, whereas the other is just a V-shaped recovery. You could argue either one is possible. I think 1, 2, 3, 4 is in store. I'd be happy if this didn't make a new low. That'd make me really happy later on. That'd be a big change of character over here. But again, it's kind of far off. So let's just worry about today. Worry about tomorrow. Well, if you guys want this to run, I can go ahead and log off. I'm sure if I log off, it'll run the last hour. Now, I think I'm going to take off early. And I'll do a quick recap because I'm tired and hungry. And I need to do a workout still, so that means I got to like build in some time for that today. So what I'll focus on right now is not this macro chart. It's here. We can always look back at it later. We'll just look at the localized chart and see what we can see here for that. So I'm looking at this as possibly just a shallow S-curve, which is basically just an accumulation range. I'm not a huge fan that it dipped lower after that first dip, but AMC does that sometimes. It's not horrible all the time. I think it's possible this is a spring, So if it is, then it should come back above 505, and then you should start seeing an advancement. Specifically, I want to see it come above 513. That would be strength to me, and then we'll see from that point forward what happens. At that point, you know, if it's doing that into close, it might just be one of those moments where you're going to start seeing those after-hour moves happen. That low volume today is interesting. Very interesting. I think it's a possibility. Starting to see that on IWM. Really, really proud of that call out here because I think it came right down to that. I mean, dang, 203.82. I don't know if it's low enough, but man, oh man, oh man. That is a good call out. Low. That's 203.82. Dang, 2 pennies. I don't know if it's going to stop there. This could, you guys are like, well, that would be stupid if you called it out and then it just went down again. But it is a wedge, so I mean, it should have a reaction back up if it holds the breakout here. Perhaps to 206.50, which is really the drop down level. So we might see a reaction back down to 206.50s if it's a strong reaction back up. To me, it looks like that rising, it's doing the same thing it did over here almost, like that rising triangle, which could be bullish, could be. Sometimes it's bearish, and sometimes it's just ish. It's kind of neutral, because sometimes that rising wedge or rising triangle can break down in almost like an M-shaped pattern, like a wave, which would be us coming back up, chopping, and then not advancing here, which of course we want to see the market advance. But if we didn't, it could just be a simple matter of like, oh, well, depending on how high this goes, this could just be again, a phase B. So you could look for maybe a spring, perhaps, and then it would just go. The big deal with those kinds of things is just how far does this come up, you know, in terms of a reaction. So that's possible as well. We'll see. Obviously, it'd be nice to see it just kind of go, but so I'm talking about IWM. I'm really talking about that 207 level right now, when and if you get back up there. So I think there's a decent probability this hits 206.50s if it can react strong, get back above 204.90, and then from there maybe we'll get another extension up. I have to watch that downward creek. I don't have it drawn, and that wouldn't happen till tomorrow anyways, probably. I don't know. Timing is tricky with this kind of stuff. We only have an hour left in the day. Could be really, really fast. As the saying goes here, in and out usually is the same. So this looks more like Tuesday around 11, just in terms of speed in, speed out. 2160. That's where we're at. That's the number I had on the screen for the middle. So it's a possible support zone. It's a possible midline zone. It's hard to say until you see that support built. So I think it's a little bit like the others. It's kind of still in trepidation. It's not yet made the advancement that it needs to make. It's just done the backup, just like IWM. Could easily return to the top and still sell back down and go for the low if the market thinks we need it. Very low volume. Kind of a weird curvature on that. It does have more of a sort of a flat. If I saw this on AMC, I'd be a little discouraged. GME is different though, so I don't know. So maybe we'll see. We'll just have to check tomorrow. It's the same deal. It's right on the edge. I feel like it could go up to 2190 or 2185, and that's where you have potential for either upside or just kind of a breakdown that finally comes back to 2109 or $21 area. Maybe it's not that low if it comes down later. So it's in the pocket. It's just not there yet. Oh, MPW. you hot turd muffin, you. Man, I don't know. This RSI on the 1 hour is still divergent to me. Like, it looks like it's holding upward, and while the price action's kind of tilted down. It's not holding very strong on the levels it needs to. 441 is kind of the previous bottom from the other side. So if it's a quadruple flush, 1, 2, 3, 4, it should be about done. I do think that the localized trend, and I don't really want to hear any kind of naysaying on it. You guys want to naysay about it, you go naysay somewhere else. The localized trend was jumped. I'm just messing with you. You can naysay it here, but I don't know. Again, it's kind of like, could it be a midpoint? Maybe there's a gap above at 465. Definitely seems like this would be a simple enough place to pivot. And if you pivot, you might be actually above the next creek. So easy to see, like, oh, a pivot here to fill a gap would lead you back up and put you in a really strong position potentially to move. But it's the same problem as the other two. The level it needs to get over is the level it's got targeted. It doesn't really have anything extra. There's no clear evidence it's going to break above. So we'd have to wait. Yeah, it stinks, but that's what it looks like to me. You need to see this move right here. And that's not built into this. So, yep, it's definitely not quite built into it. It's kind of a bummer. I like the low volume on it though. That's good. During this sell down, really low compared to the buy up we just had. So, realm of possibility here. I'm honestly kind of not usually big on like gaps, but I kind of think there could be some kind of after hours news today. I don't know what it is about this chart that just something looks off. It's just like it's prepping for something. I feel like we might end the day at like 450 and then gap up and then drive it back low and then run. You know, that's what it looks like. It's still widening, so that's something. And if I were looking at this like any kind of widening range, I'd probably say that where the breakout happens, that's your target. So if this were like a diamond, I think it is. Yep. Ah, man, it's right where I had it. That's nice. Oh, that's clean. Oh, it brings us back to that SOS target at 555. I said 575, but it's 555. I don't know why I keep saying 575. I needed to change that like a year ago. It's not. It's like where that blue top is. But I kept saying 575 for some reason, but the drop down's definitely like 555. I don't know why I kept saying 575. I must have gotten that number a while back, probably on these. But I mean, that's a clean enough diamond target if it can break. That's a diamond bottom, potentially. It just has to find support above 467. It's definitely built into this. Absolutely 100% built into this. So I think that's a very, very strong probability going even into Wednesday. That's kind of crazy. I think the boring Monday is a test, and I think that tomorrow will be really, really, really interesting. And I'm wondering if we're going to see something kind of interesting at the end of the day. So, I'm happy with this chart, guys. I know it's not what we wanted all for like yesterday, for Friday and Monday. I get it. I really do. But I'm not done. Like, I don't know what this price action is, but this is some kind of a strange like when I talk about I don't know what it is, it's just the volume. It feels like a setup volume, like they're waiting for that little tiny piece of news that's coming. To me, this looks like the operator is done. If I had to describe it, that's the way I'm seeing this. I think the operator was done on Friday, for what it's worth. But I also think that this is kind of it, you know, like this is the operator buy-in with the let's let go and see what happens, and sellers aren't taking it down, and that's a good sign. So if I'm right about that, it'll be really good. If I'm wrong, then sellers will step in and force, and you'll see it in the volume, but they haven't done that yet. When an operator's finished, they don't test the downside anymore if they're bullish. Like the downside test is purely just they're pumping it, letting it go, pumping it, letting it go, pumping it, letting it go. You see it right before almost every move that we have. You go back and look at those volume profiles after the springs. There's like big moves that have decent volume, and then there's decent retracements, but they don't come too low. I'm nervous because we haven't finished this yet, but I think this is it. You know, I think this might be it. There's a push on resistance here. It's coming down to test. I think if it holds and advances back above 513, it's ready to go. It could be a very interesting Tuesday. It's garbled-gook. Yeah, it's a lack of participation, which is always interesting to me because I can't remember the way Stockfather described it, but we talked about it a long time ago, and he described it really well. I wish I knew exactly what he said, but it was kind of like paraphrasing what I said, or I was paraphrasing what he said. He said basically you see that the operators will buy and they'll just kind of let it go and do whatever it wants to do. And they'll see if it floats, basically. It should have that appearance of like buoyancy, like where you're like elevating it and it's not really sinking back down. It's kind of staying light. So you get really light volume after a push up on the sellback. That's typically a really good sign. It's hard to judge it right now because it's sitting on the line. That's my big, like, you know, I'm sitting here like, blah, like, just make a decision. But it's just sitting on the line. Like, you can still make an argument for a bear case while it's doing that. But until that buy-in again, the second buy-in here, we're going to be waiting. We saw the change of character. We witnessed it. Witness me! Right? We saw it. It happened. We called it out. It was exciting. We were waiting for the iteration change. Then it did change. Instead of iterating down, it iterated up. Finished the S-curve, which is awesome. We speculated that there'd be a probable 618 retracement. That happened. Could go a little lower, but not much lower, because if it continues to fall here, you're at risk of kind of death. Being very honest. I mean, you could have a slide, but you'd have to make a high or low really quick and recover above this creek. If there's like a flush, this has to be like an M cross now is what I'm trying to say. This is like a double push. You need to see push 1, push 2. So I'm just waiting for that second push, and it's just not there. I don't know if they're going to give it to us today. I got a weird feeling that if I log off, things will get good. But yeah, that's correct. Most of the volume is not retail. Absolutely true. And that institutional letting go is them also like potentially letting a bunch of shorts jump in too. So they might make some shares available and just see what happens. And if they're seeing that the market on the whole is not really advancing anymore to the downside, they may have successfully done what their job is. This is like a back test. Does that make sense? If they're still seeing that they're sellers and they're still bullish, that's when you go into like flush mode. My voice is cracking. I'm turning into Batman. And then I'm going to be turning into a middle school aged child very soon. First it drops an octave and you get really low and you're like, yeah, I'm cool. And then it starts going, and you're like, why do I sound like a child again? Sorry. Yeah, so this should be like a decent sell. Like it's pumping up, letting it go, and then seeing if they can bring it back below. It makes sense to me if you think about like, hey, we've done all this work in the range. I said it last week, and I'm going to say it again. This is overtime for me. Like, this range should have been done a week ago, in my opinion. I'm not the operator. Clearly, a lot of volume was traded. Clearly, there's a lot of people that are still bearish here, you know, trying to drive these sell downs. But they're not as successful as they look. If you look at the overall movement of the price, it's just kind of floating up here around 5. So I really hope I don't wake up to like a huge drop tomorrow. I'm like, I'm so ready for this to be done, man. This particular move, it's been haunting us for months. I don't think it's going to do that, but I just don't want to, don't hold your breath, you know, just let it be what it is. Because this floaty volume is like, we're finished. Once this happens, as soon as the institution steps in and starts pumping in millions and billions, it's going to just drive the price billions, you know what I mean? Millions and millions and millions of dollars into it. Huge orders. It's going to just drive the price up. And they all should participate. It's not one institution. You know, if it's done with an accumulation and you're just floating on nothing, that range has been satisfied. You're going to move, you know. They're not going to sit here and let retail just trade it forever. I guess they could, but they don't typically do that. So there's a very the volume is good for a Monday. It's exceptionally different, which is kind of good. Same with IWM. Very low volume on this sell down. I think it's looking pretty positive. I'm excited about tomorrow. Maybe the end of the day today, because I'm going to log off in 2 minutes. It's probably going to rocket. And my viewership would be like all-time high, and people would be so hyper and woo, so happy, woo. But Booksy's hungry drunk. He needs to go eat. He's getting loopy. And I'm all like, ah, I have no nutrition in my belly. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. I'll lose it. I'm losing my brain when I get hungry. Your brain can't operate. It's just like burp, 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 burp. Burp, 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 burp. Well, normally I'd be coming back for close now, but I streamed the whole day, so I think I'm gonna not come back. Be like the Hulk walking away with the sad music, trying to hitchhike. Farewell. Somewhere in the background, Dick Buckus is sitting there just shaking his head. Can you give an update on the Discord? Sure, I can do an update later. Update's an update. If it does something crazy, I'll update it. If it's just chop, I'll probably just update it on the Discord. I probably won't do a kind of big update, so. I'm just trying to decide what I want to eat now. Not sure what I'm going to do for lunch. I was up really early this morning, too. I could have had a real good day. Like, in terms of timing. I feel like I had could have had a really normal day with, like, normal breakfast, normal lunch. Ugh, it's struggling, man. I'm going to walk away. Bad things happen. I don't want that. It's just struggling right here. It's a really tight area. I'm going to walk away, I promise, but that looks like a rejection on 504. So it's trying to creek cross. Like, it definitely jumped something. The innermost line here is over. You see that? Hopped over that. But I gotta wonder if that's just a phase B bottom and we're still gonna hit a new low before we go. I still think it could probably get down to 501 without much trouble. But there's just no volume. There's no volume. So bizarre. The secret Discord with all the YouTubers. It's so secret I don't even know where it is. That's how secret it is. I only can go into it if I, turn my clock backwards 6 hours and do 3 spins in front of a mirror. That's how secret it is. And then I basically go into Never Never Land and think happy thoughts and then I'm there. That's how secretive it is. There is no, I mean, you guys, I know you're joking, but there is no secret Discord with YouTubers. I don't know what that guy was on, but I assume he's just mad. Angry. That was our one troll for the day. You get one. This is a critical time. Hope you stay. What? Might as well stick around now, says Lynn Saul. Why am I not in your Discord? You can be in it. You just have to message me. I deleted all the messages because I couldn't tell. So if you did it recently, I apologize. You need to go through the rules and regulations or whatever. It's basically like the Discord bylaws so that you're in an appropriate headspace when you join. Because I don't want it to be a drama-filled Discord. It's meant to be just about TA and stuff. Tends to be me posting a lot of charts and then other people talking about other stuff going on. But anybody's welcome to post charts. You do not have to be me to post. So I will send you an invite link if you want. But yeah, anybody can post stuff. Just don't be rude and don't say disrespectful things to people or about people. It's not that kind of group. Well, if you're in that group, you can send me a message just saying you'd like to join. I'll send you an invite link and then you can join. So there is no cost. It's free. I'm a bad businessman. But the thing is like, I wouldn't expect you to pay for it if I'm not giving you financial advice. I'm not giving you a service per se. Maybe I would pay if it were like a heavy educational service, but I really treat it as just sort of a place to dump some charts and see other opinions. I don't want it to be all about me. It's not meant to be like an oligarchy or anything. It just happens to be that right now, a lot of the times I'm the one charting. A lot of the bigger people that were there that were charting early on just kind of stopped. I don't know why. It happens. So right now it's a small group. Gonna keep it that way. I'll be pretty quick to boot people if they're nasty. We've had a couple people try to come in who were from the other group that I happen to know are not nice people, so they got booted pretty quick. So as long as you're chill and like you keep it about the TA, probably. You just shoot me a message on there and then I'll respond. You might have to shoot a friend request, but if you do that, I'll respond. I'll give you the link to join. I'm not going to post it because sometimes people will use that to like spam. I'm not going to post the link. All right. Yeah, I did that in the past, and we got all kinds of people joining that just out of left field. I was like, where did you guys even come from? I think they were looking at the link from the past. A link to the past. I think they were looking at it from a perspective of they wanted to join, but they didn't really read through the rules, and they weren't really considering what I consider, and so they were more casual. And I'm not really looking for that. I want like grown-ups who are gonna be grown-ups. And it's okay to share opposite opinions, but if it becomes like a spam thing, you probably get booted. So just make sure you read through and accept the rules, or else you won't be able to post anyways. They came from Twitter. Yeah, so anytime I post like anytime I post like a link, that's a difficult place to, it causes a lot of inflow. So like if I post the link itself, I'll get a ton of people. If I give like a couple extra steps, then it tends to be more controlled in terms of like, hey, you're a real person, you're somebody that's following for a while, you can come on in, you know? Yeah, that's fine. I'll know it's you if your name is similar. If your name's not the same, then I may not respond to you. So I'll try to ask you. But that's what I was saying. I had a lot of older requests from a long time ago, and I couldn't sort them. So I cleared it out today. So it should be brand spanking new. So if you send a request now, then you should be able to join. Like I said, it's not really like an amazing group. It's just us, same people that tend to like be on the stream, and it tends to just be talking about AMC, GME, and then a few others. I think the spy channel might be my least favorite one. I may need to make a new one because it's like the welcome channel and the spy channel, and I don't really like that. I need to move it over. I might turn it into like spy IWM or something. No, you don't want access to the other group anyways. I mean, you guys are welcome to join it. You can join that group if you want. You wouldn't need that to talk to me. I'm not in there anyways, so I got booted from my own Discord. Yep. Long story short. So dumb. Nah, there's a lot of good folks. in that group too. It was just getting like really bloated, and it had a lot more nonsense, I think, at the end. Maybe it's changed. I'm not in there anymore, so I can't really comment on it. I don't know what it's like now. It's nothing nothing I need to worry about anymore. But when I left, it was not pleasant for most people. I got messages like every other day. One side complaining about another side, complaining about another side. Other people complaining about me. Other people complaining about other people. It's just terrible. I actually wasn't going to leave though. Like I had every intention of honoring the commitment I made to post charts there. But then one of my mods booted me from the server. And then that was that. I was like, well, I'm not going back. So it sucks for people that were there that wanted to actually see the charts that I was making. There's a lot of volume right now off of 504. So certainly there's an attempt to push here that's not being met with, it's a lot of effort, but it's not being met with a lot of success. So there's probably some sell orders to try to keep it pinned at 504. I guess we'll see what happens towards the end of the day. All right, guys, I'm leaving. So, okay. No, I gotta go, guys. I'm like dead. I understand it might run, but it's got to just make this move. So if you can see this visually on your chart, this is what needs to happen. I won't be back because it's too late. So if it drops below here again, I'd be a little scared of capitulation under 501. And GME is not really trying to make an advancement. Still looks to me more choppy, like it could make a drop. It's very weird. It's like a very rounded bottom. If that's where AMC, I would think it's going to dump. So, and IWM's okay. It may need one more downward thrust before it move up. All right, I'm out. You guys have a good afternoon. Enjoy the rest of the day. I'll see y'all tomorrow.